Hello, and welcome to this webinar on boreal forests and climate change. My name is Erik Pihl. I'm a science officer with Future Earth, based here at the Global Hub in Stockholm. I'll be your host for the first of these 2 days that we're going to have. And in these 2 days of the webinar, we can look forward to listening to some of the world's foremost experts on boreal forests and climate change. We will also welcome policymakers and other stakeholders to this discussion, which is hosted by Future Earth and the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Now, may I introduce Don Larhammar. He's a professor at Uppsala University and he's the president of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. So, Professor Larhammar, the channel is yours.
Good morning. On behalf of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, it is my pleasure to wish you all very welcome to this 2-day webinar on boreal forests and climate change. A special welcome, of course, goes to all speakers who will share your knowledge, assessments, and views with us. As the intense debate has shown during the past few years, this is a highly complex matter. Many different aspects have to be considered, which is easier said than done, of course, because sometimes these aspects stand in opposition to one another. We must consider the quite distinct uses of the forest material, such as construction material or energy source or other uses. And forest as a carbon sink in relation to greenhouse gases and climate change. And forests as ecosystems for maintaining biodiversity and even for human recreation and welfare. And add to that the important, I would say crucial timescale for consideration of these different aspects. So I'm sure we can look forward to 2 days of very interesting discussions, and I expect to learn additional facts about this complicated web of important issues. So once again, very welcome. Now back to you, Erik.
Thank you so much, Don, for framing this. And next up, I would like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Wendy Broadgate, who is the Global Hub Director for Future Earth here in Sweden. So, Wendy, please go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to this webinar. As Dan said, boreal forests are a key part of nature-based solutions for climate under the IPCC agreement. Currently, they store up to 2 billion tons of carbon across Canada, the US, Russia, and the Nordics. And how they're managed today in these countries will have implications for climate in the immediate and far future, particularly as tropical forests are diminishing their capacity to store carbon. Management decisions for boreal forest will also impact more than just climate. Any decisions taken here in Sweden, for example, will not only impact the rest of the Earth system and not just for climate. How forests are managed will impact biodiversity, which in turn will impact how sustainable the forests are, as well as impacting how people live here in Sweden and around the world. Next year, in 2022, the government of Sweden is hosting a major political summit, Stockholm Plus 50. A focus for the meeting is nature-based solutions. Future Earth is co-hosting this event as part of its work to help synthesize the latest science to inform the policy debate on nature-based solutions and to foster international and interdisciplinary research collaboration around the gaps in the science. Future Earth takes an integrated approach to generating knowledge to support transformations to sustainability across natural and social sciences, and it does this with a systems approach. I'd like to recognize the roots of the global change programs and hence Future Earth in Sweden. It was the late Swedish meteorologist Bert Bolin and colleagues who established first the World Climate Research Programme and then the International Geosphere Biosphere Programme, which had its home at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences for 3 decades. Future Earth is a direct descendant of IGBP. In doing this event with the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, I'd like to thank the organising committee, particularly Anders Wikman, Anders Linderud, Julia Pongrantz, Anders Ahlström, Lars Bergström, Erik Pihl, Camilla Grunditz, and Naomi Lubeck. And thank you to all the speakers and to you for joining us here today. I hope you enjoyed the webinar and find it useful and productive. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Now, on behalf of Future Earth and the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, I'd like to invite Professor Markku Rummukainen to begin this webinar by outlining some of the issues behind it. Professor Rummukainen is a professor at Lund University and is also a climate advisor to the Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Institute. His research is focused on development and evaluation of climate and Earth system models. And Rummukainen has also been involved in several high-level science and processes, such as the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, and he's a focal point for the Swedish IPCC work. So please, Professor Rummukainen, the channel is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Indeed, there has been and is an intense debate about the forest and about climate change, and they come together in the intense debate about forest and climate change. Just steer my presentation. But of course, the debate, as was already mentioned by the introductory speakers, is not about forest and climate, but there are also many other aspects which need to be taken into account in order to have a balanced debate, in order to be able to arrive at good decisions about what we want to do and thereafter how we should do it. The debate on forest climate benefits, very heated, very polarized. Everybody is referring to science. If there are many flavors to this, of course, but if one tries to understand the debate by looking at the extremes, which are even so extreme that they are not really realistic anymore, is on one hand, let the forest be a carbon sink, which would give biggest climate benefits in short term, or on the other hand, use the forest for products that can substitute fossil intensive or fossil materials and energy. This would lead into reduction of other emissions or emissions, maybe net emissions, and at the same time also provide carbon storage. Of course, extremes are not useful in arriving at the decision, but they help us understand sort of the main flavors of the debate. But first of all, it's not just about climate, and it cannot be just about climate when we talk about forest and benefits from the forest. It is about production and economy. It is about biodiversity. It is about social values, recreation, people living at the forest or close to the forest, traditions, cultural values, and so forth. So even though the debate today is much in terms of climate change and forest and climate benefits, it needs to be about much more. There needs to be a balancing act between these different goals and aspects. There's, of course, a basis for what we are doing and what we should be doing. And in Sweden, there's Swedish Forestry Act, which has been renewed a few times, and the environmental objective system, which very closely concern what we do and can do with the forest. There are also, of course, a number of other regulations, directives, legal things which also need to be accounted, for example, about land use and land use change. Looking at the Swedish Forestry Act, so already at 1903, there was a sort of obligation for people harvesting the forest to regenerate, to reforest. And this indeed has been successful. The forest stock has increased in Sweden over the 20th century and beyond. In 1993, the Forestry Act, the forest is a national resource. And again, yes, production was in there, but also that the biological values, biodiversity, would be an equally important aspect. And in 1999, amended 2005, the Environmental Objective System Environment Act, which has goals which are directly about forests, sustainable forests, but also goals which very closely are related to forests about biodiversity, but also acidification, water, wetlands, mountains, and so forth. And whereas the forest stock has increased considerably since 1903, we are still far away from actually meeting the targets about biodiversity, about sustainable forests, about acidification, water, wetlands, and mountains. The authorities following this say that we are not reaching these goals now when we should be doing that. Today's forest in Sweden is a carbon sink, yes, even after cutting and the harvested wood products. There's a carbon sink in standing forest and soil on productive land, on protected land, on set-asides, and unproductive lands. And this carbon sink is considerable. There are also carbon sources on forest land from organic soils and from natural decomposition. The net uptake, which is considerable, also varies between years due to different conditions, the amount of harvesting to some extent, but also natural disturbances, weather, climate, and so forth. The forest is not only a carbon sink in the forest, it's a source of biomass. And the biomass takes complicated ways in the Swedish system as also in other lands. Some of the annual growth stays in the forest, increased stocks, some decomposes in the forest. A lot goes to industry. A small amount goes directly to bioenergy. A lot more goes through the industry to bioenergy. And there's a production of sawn timber, there's a production of paper and pulp, some which is recycled at the end, but much then that eventually end up as bioenergy. And making some sense about this complexity, the biomass which is harvested, 50% goes rapidly into bioenergy, 20% becomes these long-term carbon sinks in sawn wood or wood products, and 30% very short-living products, much ends up in bioenergy for paper and pulp. 50% bioenergy, 20% sawn wood products, 30% paper and pulp. And of course, this is a result of market forces of where the invested money gets the best return, markets, consumption, and so forth. One climate benefit on use of biomass is substitution of material. Materials such as steel, concrete, plastics, and also the possibility to substitute additional products, chemicals and textiles and so forth. And this, of course, moves carbon from the forest to products. And depending on the lifetime of the products, it's a carbon sink for shorter or longer time. Estimates of the climate benefits of substitution of materials vary. There's a lot of studies about this one, but very often the studies which are available have not looked at the same thing or under the same conditions or the same materials. Leskin et al., who made a sort of synthesis of existing studies in 2008, they looked at 433 substitution factors from 51 studies. And on average, yes, there was a carbon saving. So using one wood, which had 1 kilogram of carbon content, it replaced 1.2 kilograms carbon in fossil materials. But of course, a lot of variability, everything from non-climate benefits to larger climate benefits. And again, as mentioned, studies are separated by different assumptions, different materials, different contexts, different number of production use cycles, and so forth. And this is also very important when considering or arguing about the climate benefits of material substitution, is that what happens with the products, which the products are, what happens with the products, how will consumption develop, how will technology change? For example, investing in substitution, generating technology today might be relevant today, but might be different in the future when the materials are substituted will be manufactured in different ways or consumption patterns change. And of course, also using biomass for substitution after harvesting means that the carbon uptake is reduced on forest land in forest. Biomass can also substitute fossil energy, coal, oil, natural gas. And here there are several aspects which are important and not always very well displayed in the debate. First of all, the biomass has emissions of greenhouse gases. They are counted or inventoried in the land use change sector, which goes under the name of LULUCF, not in the energy and industry sectors where they are so kept track of, but they are not counted as emissions. So biomass-related energy emissions are zero on energy and industry sectors, but emissions are accounted for on the land use change sector. What makes this complicated is that there is emission reduction targets and decisions and limits and goals on all all of these sectors. But they are different for the land use change sector than from the energy and industry sector. And this makes it a bit more difficult to sort of navigating of how emissions on the land use change sector and emissions or emission savings on the energy industry sector sort of interact. Are they the same? Will there be sort of leakage somehow? What would be the total outcome? Another thing is that because of the agreed inventory guidelines internationally, so if one imports biomass, the emissions will be at the country of origin where the harvesting has been done, not where the biomass is used for energy. And again, this raises a number of issues, which are, of course, the more important, the more biomass or bioenergy is being imported or transferred between the countries. What is also relevant is that when we burn biomass for energy, so for the same energy amount, emissions are larger from the use of biomass than gas or oil. For carbon, they can be comparable, depends a lot on the type of technology used in burning the biomass, either somewhat larger or comparable. The difference is especially large for gas. It is large for oil, less so for coal. And again, harvesting biomass to use as substitution for fossil energy, it reduces carbon, stores and carbon uptake on forest land in the forest. The time dimension is especially important, and it has led to a discussion of the carbon debt, carbon parity, carbon neutrality, where the carrying arguments that is that eventually, some say sooner, some say later, the regrowing biomass will compensate for the emissions from the use of biomass or the net emissions when there are such between the use of biomass and an alternative. This can be, according to some, fast. I've heard people say that the time lag is 0, and some people say time lag is several decades, even up to 100 years or so. And again, of course, different studies to some degree have different assumptions. They look at different systems, different contexts, and so forth. But the overall outcome seems to be that there is a time lag between the use and regeneration of the same amount of carbon in new growing biomass. A forest is a carbon sink when the trees grow. But in case of clear cutting, the forest land becomes a carbon source, which is illustrated on the graph to the right. That shows sort of normalize the life cycle of a tree or a patch of trees or a forest on the horizontal axis, which goes from 0 to when the tree is mature enough to 1. And then the fraction of the net productivity in the system on the vertical axis, where to the left, the first 10 up to 20 years of the regeneration is accompanied by net emissions from forest land biomass, but not least on the soils. After which the balance turns positive, the forest land starts a net again storing carbon, eventually compensating for the emissions earlier and also emissions the net emissions that may have occurred when the earlier harvested biomass has been used. Use of biomass, well, net emission savings, yes, there can be. Material substitution in some cases, in many cases perhaps, but also net emission losses in the sense that use of biomass at the time of the burning can generate larger emissions than the fossil fuels for the same amount of energy. What the net is, whether carbon is net stored or there's a net carbon sink or carbon source in the system that consists both the forest land and the use of the biomass. Well, the net changes over time, clearly, because the products have a life cycle, because the forest has different carbon balance over different parts of its lifetime. The net can be different of a spatial scale. If you look at a specific part of the forest, or if you argue that on a landscape scale where we have forests at different ages, different phases of the forest sort of take out each other. There's arguments for and against for the landscape. And also the reference. If one calculates the climate benefit from substitution, for example, it should also be compared to alternative uses of the same forest. For example, how much a forest would have continued storing carbon if it had been standing still, the forest had kept growing and so forth. So it's not really enough in a debate, one can think, to say what the climate benefits of what some certain use are, but also to show that these climate benefits would be larger or better or more suited to the different goals we have if another kind of use of the forest had been around. So in a way, the debate is often framed that we would like to have the maximum climate benefit of the forests. And again, looking at these two extremes in the debate, just to sort of box in the different flavors in the debate, is that yes, if we maximize the forest carbon sink or the carbon sink on forest land, that would give larger benefits, climate benefits and substitution, especially energy substitution on the short term. But of course, it is not realistic to leave the forest entirely intact because we have a certain kind of society that has certain uses of biomass for different reasons and so forth. And indeed, nobody, even the debate, is really saying that we should leave all the forests we have today to grow over a number of years. When you think about use of forest biomass substitution, it can give larger benefits to some degree on the short term, but not least over longer periods. But of course, this is also tied to the societal transformation to handle climate change. And also here, there are uncertainties in quantification, there are uncertainties on the relative benefits compared to other alternatives of using the forest for. So in a way, it's not about the maximum climate benefit of forest we are talking about, or what we should be talking about, the optimal climate benefit, taking into account also biodiversity, social values, and production. And the question then becomes not should we let the forest be, or should we use the forest to the maximum extent, but how should we balance between the different possible uses, the different perspectives? How can we place the forest into the big picture, also societal transformation and climate transformation? For example, when renewable energy storage comes more into play, when processes become more effective, when the electrification advances on the transport and industry sectors and so forth. But, and we need to have this balancing act clear to us before we actually can make reasonable decisions about how to manage a forest, that we get what we want, we get what we need, also about climate on the short and on the long term. So an important thing in the debate is that, well, we are where we are. We have a certain kind of society, we have certain type of consumption, we have certain type of industry sector, we have a certain kind of success or non-success in securing biodiversity and social values. But we may not want to stay here, we may want to go somewhere else. And there today's systems and practices are, of course, a given basis. How would we, for example, change the energy system in a way that we can pull out biofuels if we wanted to, and replace these with something else, making things more effective, increasing other renewable energies of solar and wind and so forth. But of course, we need to move forward from where we are. What's also true for where we are is that we have got here under other conditions, possibilities, and challenges than those we face today. We have today's forest because what the issues have been before, decisions have been taken, legislation, markets, and so forth. And this also says that we are not in a situation which is optimal. We are not in a situation where we maximize climate benefits. We are not in a situation where we maximize other benefits of the forest. And we are certainly not in a place where we have maximized the whole complex of climate, biodiversity, social values, production. Which also says that we have ways of actually moving forward on this one. Conclusion, Yes, we need a balance between the forest as a carbon sink and a source of biomass for substitution. Here, an important aspect is the time horizon we focus on. The solution, or the optimal, maximal solution or optimal solution, is more likely than not the same. On the short term, we talk about 10 to 20 years, or on the longer term, we talk about, for example, 100 years timescale, which is often argued for in the debate about the forest based on the forest life cycle. It's also a question about landscape. Is it enough if the landscape in totality ensures climate neutrality or carbon neutrality of the forest? Or could the landscape that consists of different patches, different areas which are managed by different actors in the forest owner community, for example, could it be more effective in securing the different values, or could it be managed in some other way? Many forest owners don't have a landscape to optimize or work on. Legislation, of course, contributes to this one, but the landscape concept, it's a bit elusive as well, can be argued. And then you have the climate transformation of the society. Today, we have used certain products, we have processes, but this will change. And how will the forests and what we can get from the forest change in this equation together with everyone else? New products, when they come along, could be one part of this one. Also thinking about the debate and what is being debated, and based on what there's a considerable variation in the research. There's a lot of studies, but they also separated the results by methods, by assumptions, by outcomes. And indeed, scrolling through the research, one can find totally opposite results on some things, quite many things actually. But there are, of course, some robust things which most research agrees on. On this point, think about the debate and the use of science in the debate. It would be very useful if there was a greater argument, transparency on arguments, on assumptions, coordinate experiments, choices that are made in the studies, which of course also shape the results, and accounting for goal conflicts between the different uses, and what a decision that may have a certain benefit may ensue as goal conflicts or synergies on other areas. And also, to sort of wrap up where I started from, one needs in the debate also consider all benefits from the forest. Climate is important, but it's not the only determinant. And in many cases, it may not even be the most important determinant on deciding whether to do this with the forest or that with the forest. I don't really believe in quotes, but I couldn't resist in this context referring to one person who is very known from a forest affiliation, Henry Thoreau, who said some of this one in much shorter terms and more elegant wording than I ever could. That yes, the question is not what you look at, but what you see. And indeed, we are looking at the forest, but we do not see the same thing, or we don't think about the same thing based on what we see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rummukainen, for giving this excellent outline of what we're going to discuss today. We'll be coming back to many of these questions that were raised during these 2 days of scientific discussions and presentations. And also we will also be zooming a bit between the global scale and the more European and Swedish scale. I think our viewers noted that many of the examples you have are from Sweden. And our next session will actually go back to the global scale and look at the boreal forest as a whole before we can maybe move back into the smaller scale. Before we dive into the rest of the session, I just want to go through a few technical details. Now, those who are viewing through Zoom, you may have spotted that we have a Q&A function, and it's located at the bottom of your screen. And if you haven't spotted it yet, then try to find it there, and you'll be able to post questions to us that we then can relay to the moderators of the sessions. You're kindly invited to say your name there, but for GDPR reasons, the data law, we are not able to read out who the question is coming from live in the webinar. Now, as I said, in this coming session, we will get back to the global carbon cycles and the role of the boreal forest for the climate and for biological diversity. So let me introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Anders Ahlström, from a doctor in Lund University, who studies global carbon and water cycles and how they interplay with climate and society. And his fields, main fields include primary forest, ecosystem carbon storage, and ecosystem ecology. So please, Dr. Ahlström, if you take over this session.
Yes, thank you, Erik. So the first session is a global outlook on boreal forests, basically placing them in some kind of a global context in terms of climate and carbon cycle. And we are grateful to have 3 very prominent speakers for this session. And I don't want to steal their time too much. I'm going to be quite quick with this introduction and then just leave the word for our first speaker, which is Philippe Siais from LSE. We talk about boreal forest and their role in the Earth's carbon cycle. So I want to mention one thing first. So we have 16 or 15 minutes per speaker. So I'm going to time it. And at 3 minutes, I'm going to do something like this. So if you can acknowledge perhaps that you hear this warning, and that means that there's 3 minutes left. And then when the time runs out at about 15 minutes, I may turn my microphone on and just gently mention that it's time to wrap up. So I would do this for every speaker, just to waste your time. So I'm going to leave the word for, and then at the end of the session, after the 3 speakers, we have some time for questions for the speakers. So for all the speakers at once, basically. So Philippe.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Okay, I'll try to share my screen. Let me know if you see my screen now. Should be on slideshow soon. Do you see my screen okay? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation to give this overview presentation about the role of boreal forest in the Earth's carbon cycle. First of all, we know that the climate tragedy comes from the addiction of humans to fossil fuels as a source of energy and economic development. And carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels have been the main driving force of climate warming, but we're also fortunate because we live in a planet that has a natural carbon cycle. And as of today, intact vegetation and soil have kept a high capability to reabsorb an amount of carbon roughly equivalent to 1/3 of man-made emissions. The question, of course, is where is this carbon sinking and what are the underlying mechanisms? For that, we need to have a long-term perspective, and the Global Carbon Project of Future Earth has been putting together since, I think now 13 years, an analysis of the annual carbon budget, which basically tries to help quantify and understand what is the fate of carbon produced by human activities on the top. How does it pack away into the atmosphere, the land, and the ocean reservoir? And as you can see here, the land sink, the light green area, has increased tremendously, in fact, almost at the pace of global emissions, but it also shows some strong year-to-year variations, which is a proof that this carbon service is highly sensitive, you could say highly vulnerable to climate variability and climate change. To get the long perspective needed to understand the transformation of the land carbon cycle, we need long records, and the most iconic record of the global carbon cycle and climate change is the Mauna Loa increase of CO2. It's a bit less well known that when Charles Keeling installed the Mauna Loa station in Hawaii in the Northern Hemisphere during the International Geophysical Year of '57, he also set up a CO2 instrument at the South Pole, which you can see here in the black curve. And what's very striking here is that in the beginning of the records, the average concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere was about similar between the North and the Southern Hemisphere. But in the late part of the record, there has been an excessive buildup of CO2 in the North, which reflects, of course, the fact that most of fossil fuel emission takes place over northern countries, but the atmospheric signal also contains the imbalance of natural sinks between the North and the Southern Hemisphere. So the difference between the Mauna Loa and the South Pole CO2 concentration can be exploited as what we call the hemispheric gradient of CO2 to give us a very long-term perspective on how carbon sinks in the North and in the rest of the globe. You can see here in the bottom, in this red circled figure from paper we published in Nature 2 years ago, the kind of deconvolution or solution of this gradient problem, showing how the northern land sink has evolved since 1960. And on top of it is the evolution of the global land sink. So first of all, you see that the northern land has absorbed 2.4 billion tons of carbon in the last decade, which is very sizable. It's about 25% of global emissions. More strikingly even, the northern land sink has nearly doubled between the 1960s and the current decade. And it did increase in particular from the 80s to the 90s and continue to do so from the 90s to the 2000s. Even more interestingly, the kind of positive jumps or positive increase of the northern land sink seems to be higher in the recent decade than what we observe in the global sink. So by difference, you can infer that we are seeing a weakening of the tropical land sink and a kind of well-doing of the northern land sink. We tried also to look if the current state-of-the-art land carbon models, which describe the kind of processes that can fix and store carbon in terrestrial ecosystem, were able to simulate this 60 years long record of northern land sink. The answer is that as an ensemble, the models can do relatively well, but they kind of underestimate the recent increase over the last decade, maybe because of missing processes such as nutrient availability, perhaps the effect of longer growing season or changes in radiation quality. Not only do we have measurement in the atmosphere, but also on the ground. Forest inventories have been established not for carbon cycle research, for resource assessment, but they offer a greater set to understand the development of carbon in the north. And in this famous synthesis published by Panetta in Science, they estimated that boreal forest and temperate forest were capturing carbon at a rate of about 1.2 billion tons of carbon per year. And this, let's say, northern only sink was quite similar to the global sink estimate, which also corroborates the fact that on average, because of large land use emissions compensating for sinks in intact forest, the tropics should be relatively neutral. Still, we have a difference between the carbon sink in the north, as it is seen from forest inventory, 1.3, and the one which is viewed by the atmosphere, which is about 2.1. Why is there a difference? That's because the atmosphere is kind of seeing from atmospheric station gradients all the CO2 flux, which is sucked by the land. But not all the CO2 which is taken up by the land is going to end up being stored in the land. There is a significant fraction of carbon which is essentially swept away and transported by rivers to the ocean. Doesn't make a carbon stock change in terra firma ecosystems. And there is also a fraction of the carbon which is harvested and shipped to southern hemisphere countries. So altogether, when you remove those two components, you can find indeed that the corrected atmospheric flux is quite similar to the global stock change given by forest carbon inventories. Now coming to the match between temperate and boreal forest, also from Planetal, you can see that boreal forests have a much larger area extent than temperate ones, about 2 times bigger. But when it comes to their sink is on average a bit smaller. If you look at the carbon sink density, you divide the sink by the area, it's about 2 times less efficient today. I wouldn't say anything about efficiency for tomorrow because, of course, boreal systems, as you can see, have a larger storage in the soil and also a longer trees turnover. So it's possible that although it's a smaller sink today, it could have a longer lifetime than the sink in temperate forest. Now I'm going to look at, let's open the box and see in which country, in which region of the Northern Hemisphere does this northern carbon sink take place. We have enough stations in the northern network to try to use atmospheric inversions to split in longitude the northern carbon sink. Not surprisingly, we found that the largest areas like Russia, but also very productive regions like China, where you have a lot of plantations, make a significant contribution to the northern land sink. This is exactly the same panel, but viewed from land carbon accounting point of view. So the dark green bar is the result from forest inventories. And on top of that, I added estimates, also uncertain, of course, of carbon uptake from other processes. Roughly speaking, the kind of partition of the northern sink in longitude is about consistent between the top-down and the bottom-up method, but not completely. In this graph, I have taken the green curves, which are the latest result of the atmospheric top-down inversions from Russia, Canada, and I grouped all the Nordic European countries together. You see still at the bottom, the carbon budget seen from the atmosphere for Sweden, Norway, and Finland. I would not trust this very much because the inversions we have used, the atmospheric models we have used are relatively coarse grid resolution models. And then I said, well, you know, this is my native inversion result, but wait a minute, countries, if I want to compare that with UNFCCC numbers, I have to account for the fact that countries only report things on their managed land. So I removed the non-managed land for each country, and I found already that it kind of decreases the sink because it decreases the area. And then I removed the CO2 flux, which is not making a carbon sink, essentially carbon going to rivers and going to, you know, trade of wood and crop products to obtain the dark green curve that you can compare with the official numbers for Canada and Russia. And still, you know, despite my counting of this managed versus non-managed land effect and this trade and river effect, for Nordic countries, the inversions were, you know, very, very similar to the official inventory data, but they were still providing a larger CO2 uptake for Canada and Russia. I don't really know why. One possibility is that the inventories that different countries have different structures. If you measure the carbon stock change through repeated cycles of an inventory, you are going to capture the indirect effect of nitrogen deposition, CO2, and climate. If you use growth curve and you have a kind of bookkeeping model to produce your inventory, which is probably the case, I think, for Canada and Russia. In this case, if your forest growth curve have only been updated 30 years ago, you will miss some of the indirect effects that have favored the growth of forest. And this might be one of the reasons why the inversion wants to see a higher uptake over those countries, Canada and Russia, compared to the kind of official UNFCCC numbers. In the last 2 slides, I just want to look at the difference over the last decade compared to the last 20 years. Here on the left, you can see the result of a recent paper in Nature Climate Change from Nancy Harris et al. Everything green is a large carbon sink. It's very smooth. It's an IPCC tier 1 method based on optical data. And on the right, very recent results obtained with the different satellite measurements that we have over 10 years based on the microwave-based remote sensing of biomass, which have been very successful for looking at tropical biomass changes. And immediately you see that there is a big difference between the two studies. It's very green, a lot of carbon sink everywhere in the last 20 years. And in the last 10 years, so it's a different observing system, we can see red spots, in particular in Siberia and southern Russia. So what does it mean? It means that the two methods are different and we cannot compare them. Or does it suggest that we have a strong decrease of the Boreal carbon sink, in particular over Eurasia? The table below,
minutes left, Philippe.
Yeah, I'm almost finished. The table below shows you the difference between the last decade and the last 20 years. And indeed, if you look at other completely dependent satellite indicators of the difference in activity or greenness, you do find that over the last decade, compared to the last 20 years, there seems to be essentially a weakening of the greening, a turning of the greening to the browning, and also an increase in forest area loss. So this leaves me, suggesting that in the driest part of the boreal forest biome, we may have strong changes going on, and that this forest may be switching from being carbon sinks 2 decades ago to being carbon sources now. So I'll give my conclusions quickly. Boreal forests provided an incredible climate service to humanity. They stored an extra 30 billion tons of carbon over the last 60 years, which is equivalent to adding 40% to their pre-existing biomass. They are less efficient per unit area, but we don't know for the future compared to temperate forest as a carbon sink. Russia has the largest carbon sink, but Siberia may have switched to a source in the last 10 years. And this leads me to think that as climate warms, and Bastos will speak about that, the drier part of the boreal forest will probably become sources in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Very interesting results and fantastic how these different sources agree and information, very information rich with all these results. So we will save the questions for Philippe until after and move on to our next speaker.
Try to stop the slideshow. Can you stop me? Yeah, okay.
It stopped, I think,
okay.
Yeah. Very good. Thanks again, Philippe, great. So our next speaker is Professor Julia Pongratz from Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. She will talk about natural and anthropogenic fluxes and basically effects of land use in general. So again, Julia, I will be rude and just to say when there's 3 minutes left. So
thank you. Thanks, Anders,
okay,
for the introduction. Thanks for reminding me then of the time. So Markku Rummukainen already highlighted the many interests that we have in forests. And here I stay with the climate part of these many interests, but I would like to resolve a bit of the confusion of what really counts when we speak about the climate benefits of forests. And I'm also splitting a bit what Philippe Sier just outlined in terms of the net sink and try to go a bit more into the individual processes that make it up. So I want to discuss what is natural, what is anthropogenic in terms of the sink capacity of boreal forests, and then also highlight that climate is more than just the CO2. To set the frame, so we're speaking a lot about natural climate solutions, and what does that really mean? So by definition, natural climate solutions are when we protect, restore, or sustainably manage ecosystems with the goal of mitigating climate change. But we would also like to address other societal challenges, not just climate. And if this is the main focus, these other societal challenges, then we often speak rather of nature-based solutions than natural climate solutions, so make it a bit broader than climate. So with that clarification, let's see where these natural climate solutions come in. And here's the graph that you've just seen from Philippe. The anthropogenic carbon balance put together by the Global Carbon Project each year. And it consists of emission terms, where it's two, the fossil emissions and the land use emissions, where globally, of course, land use emissions are dwarfed by fossil emissions. But this picture will likely change in the future. In particular, land use emissions will still continue to be rather high on the global scale, while fossil emissions, although due to COVID, likely have reached their peak. And land use emissions will become so important because they're supposed to become negative and really create a big sink for CO2 globally. But there are already a lot of sinks for the CO2. Well, of course, the most detrimental one, that's the atmospheric CO2 sink. Half of our CO2 emissions stay there. From the other half, the smaller part is taken up by the ocean and the larger part by the natural terrestrial sink. And Philippe already pointed out this vulnerability from year to year. So let's zoom into these different terms. The land use emissions are really composed of two individual terms. On the one hand, there's the gross emissions or gross sources that go from the land to the atmosphere, like CO2 fluxes caused by deforestation, by harvesting the forest, by letting the products decay or burning the wood. But on the other hand, there's also CO2 removals or CO2 sinks from land use. For example, when the forest regrows after such land use. And this is interesting. So this year, for the first time when we composed the anthropogenic budget, we tried to get a handle on how these gross terms relate to the net land use emissions that we usually just speak about, that you've seen on the previous graphic. So these are the many different models that provide estimates of the land use emission terms. You see there's substantial uncertainty on the global scale. But the mean is around 1.5 petagrams carbon emitted each year to the atmosphere. But now on the right-hand side, you see the gross sources and the gross sinks separately. They add up to these 1.5 petagrams carbon, but individually, they're 2 to 3 times larger than the net flux. And this is important insofar as it shows that there may be a huge potential for managing the land for mitigation, because we can, knowing these individual fluxes in a more dedicated way, try to reduce the gross source terms while still keeping up the gross sinks. So these are the land use emissions and sinks from the global carbon budget. But there's more on land, and there's the natural terrestrial sink. What does cause this terrestrial sink? Well, globally, it's foremost the effect of CO2 on plant growth, which historically has been positive. Forest grows better with higher CO2 because it's one of the limiting resources. But also, as Philippe pointed out, the forest is thickening in the Boreal, in particular because of temperatures increasing. And in many regions where water is not limiting, it's the temperature that's limiting the forest growth. And so therefore, we have a big sink in forests in the entire natural land. And this sink then can be split on whether it's occurring on managed land. And this is what the national greenhouse gas inventories account for when they report emissions. Together with this part, they report this to the national inventories. And this is also what's being considered in the political context when it comes to negotiating climate targets. But then, of course, there's also the natural sink on unmanaged natural ecosystems. So why am I picking this apart so much? Well, it matters a whole lot because these land use related fluxes, they mean that we have to create an extra effort. So these are anthropogenic drivers that cause these sources, but also these sinks. And it's in our hands of how we manage the land to increase these sources on sinks. This is an opposite to these natural terms here. They come for free. They're a result to a large part of human interference via climate change. But now that climate change exists, it comes naturally on the land. And it's not something, well, it could be argued if this should really be accounted for under political efforts, because it's really something, as I said, that's not directly attributable to human intent. So coming back to the natural climate solutions, how large should they be? Well, it depends a whole lot on what the future socioeconomic scenarios predict and how successful we will be in getting our energy demand down. If we're not reducing our energy demand well, and if we're also not successful in decarbonizing our energy system quickly, then we need a whole lot of these natural climate solutions, or as they're also called, negative emission technologies. This is a compilation that shows you how large the negative emission scenarios needed to be if we wanted to reach the Paris Agreement's goal of staying within the limit of 2 degrees global warming. you see a big range. It's going down to 0. So if we're very successful in decarbonizing the energy system, possibly also at the extent of going more towards nuclear power, if we're extremely successful in reducing our energy demand, changing our lifestyle across the globe, then we don't need negative emission technologies at a large scale. But currently, it seems very unlikely that we're going down that path. Currently, it seems more likely that we need large amounts of negative emissions. And these will come foremost from land, because these are the technologies that are readily available. And with technologies, we're speaking about forests, we're speaking about biomass plantations. And when you look at the size that may be needed from these negative emission technologies by 2050, by the end of the century, you realize that this size is about the size of the natural land sink that we currently have. So some scientists argue this is hubris, that we think we can create such big emissions additionally. But on the other hand, if you want to stay within the limits of the Paris Agreement, it's exactly what we most likely will have to do. The most prominent examples of natural climate solutions are the following. So there's a whole lot on forests that you can do. Reforestation, avoid forest conversions. The forest management, of course, is prominent too. There's also a lot on the agriculture and grassland side, and then also the wetlands are mentioned here. So this is a comparison compilation by Brennan Griscom, and you see that there's large potentials in particular on this forest side. Just as a reminder, so this is now a graphic that shows petagrams CO2 or CO2 equivalent. If you want to transfer that to petagrams carbon, which we always am often seeing on other slides, you would just simply have to multiply with this factor of 0.27. So for the Boreal, of course, it's these two factors that matter most, the forests and the wetlands, which in this seminar, of course, is not the key focus. So what happens to the forest globally and in the Boreal? So this is the forest cover extent that we have in the absence of human interference. And now if we take out the agricultural areas, about 1/3 of the forest is gone. Not so much in the Boreal, but very much in other regions of the world. If we overlay now the wild areas, we realize that we're not taking out a whole lot of forest. In large stretches, in particular here in Europe, all of the forest is managed. And this has big consequences also for the biomass. In this study, we compiled several estimates from remote sensing and from inventories to come up with what biomass currently is in the forests and in the other ecosystems, and then also estimated with different approaches how the biomass would have looked like in the absence of human interference. And this is the map that shows you the reduction in biomass because of land use, land management. And you see in the Boreal, we have also values that are at 50% reduction of the original biomass or even more. We can zoom in, really look into the individual biomes. And again, let's focus on the Boreal here. So it's a substantial part of the global carbon stock in the Boreal forests. And when we look at what remains compared to what we have altogether, what we used to have in the absence of human interference, we've reduced the carbon stock by half. Half of that is really lost by clearing of natural vegetation, and half is further loss by management. And this means we've lost 50% of the terrestrial biomass already on the globe in the Boreal. And reducing deforestation is clearly a good idea. It would get rid of this yellow bar, but also managing seems to be extremely important. Just to remind you of what Philippe said concerning the carbon sink. So there may be doubts of whether the carbon sink is so persistent in the future in the Boreal, when we look in particular at the last 10 years from a study. So I wanted to show you what the models that compile the global carbon budgets estimate, what they say about the sink when we split it in exactly these two terms I outlined before. On the one hand, the land use emissions terms, and on the other hand, the natural terrestrial sink. So the models may not capture all processes, as was pointed out before, but let's look at the trends. These should be more robust. And here you see just north of 50 degrees. So this is Alaska, Canada, Europe, and Russia. You see the natural terrestrial sink here across a wide range of models. And in general, the models suggest that the Boreal sink capacity is increasing, but you see a very high variability. So it could be 50% less in a year than compared to the other.
3 minutes left, Julia.
Thank you, Anders.
Thank you.
And looking into the land use emissions, you see there's a long history. So we're looking here at the last 200 years, really. So you see that emissions used to be much higher, but they've come down recently. But this may not be a persistent trend. Look here into Europe, for example. It seems as if emissions from human activity start to go up again. So we need to consider these two terms, the natural and the anthropogenic one, and consider their trends. And based on this, it's possible there's overall a reversal in the sink capacity of the boreal forests. So this was the carbon side of the climate aspect. But I would like to point out that this is not the only thing we should consider when we speak about forests. To highlight what I mean, let's look at the landscape. And you realize that the forest looks different. And this is exactly also what the climate sees. The forest looks different to climate. It's darker compared to a grassland would be. So the reflectivity is lower, which would mean that the forest is usually warmer than grassland. But on the other hand, it's rougher. And this creates more turbulence, and this would carry much more heat away from the land surface via sensible and latent heat fluxes. So this would mean that the forest is cooler than a grassland or cropland or whatever you have. And then, of course, you've got the photosynthesis, the CO2 aspects. This is what the policy focus currently lies on. But as I'd like to point out, this is also something that really should be considered. Another complication and another reason for why this is not considered in policy is that these local effects that occur here can be transported away by advection and circulation changes and become non-local. The moisture, the heat budget, the greenhouse gas budget of the entire Earth will be altered by whatever we do locally. And we have good grasp on what these biogeophysical effects of forests mean. This is a map now based on models, but evaluated against observations that shows you what the temperature change locally would look like if we cleared the land of forest. Very hypothetical, of course, the forest still remains, luckily, in most of these regions, but this would happen if you cleared the land of forest. Tropics, temperate, you would have a warming signal. And in the boreal, it's becoming weaker and even turns to a cooling signal from the deforestation. One can look also more closely into different types of conversions. If we went from grassland to broadleaf forest, so this is now the afforestation perspective, or here too, you see in that case, we would have a warming in some parts of the boreal, a cooling in some of the others. And this makes it a complex picture. So we may obviously not just consider the CO2 only, but should also consider what we do to climate globally via the energy and water fluxes being altered, but also locally, it may be that we're warming or cooling the land. And in terms of climate adaptation, this may be really important for local living conditions. The interesting aspect here is we can split the processes and determine what exactly about the forests it is that causes this cooling or warming signal. Is it the reflectivity, what we call albedo, or is it the dominance of non-radiative terms, sensible and latent heat fluxes? And thinking of a boreal forest, which seems to be so dark, we usually think it's this reflectivity issue. So a forest makes it warm because it's so dark. But in fact, the studies show that even in the boreal, it's the non-radiative terms, it's the turbulent heat fluxes that matter. Because the forest is so tall and rough, it can get warm air from the atmosphere down to the cooler surface in winter and during nighttime. And this is the dominant effect locally for climate. So I'd like to sum up. When we speak about natural climate solutions, we need to make sure we understand we're speaking about both intended anthropogenic effort and a natural sink that just comes about and that we're lucky that we currently have. When we look into the trends of the CO2 sink, the permanence of the sink is unclear. There's different trends on the natural side, it may be stagnating based on what Philippe showed us. On the land use emission side, emissions have come down but may pick up again. So we need to be careful and looking into these gross fluxes. We have a very big potential to manage wisely or screw it up. And then my last point was that the effects on energy and water fluxes, they need to be considered too for the full climate picture. So it's not just always about mitigating on the global scale. We of course also need to consider how locally climate is altered. And with this, thanks very much for the attention.
Thank you, Julia. Very informative and very clear. Again, we saved the questions until after our last speaker, who is Professor Ernst Detlef Schulze from Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry. We talk about the importance of biodiversity in boreal forests. So, are you ready to share your screen?
I hope. Good morning, everyone. I hope my screen, what do I have to do? I hope I do it correctly. Can you see it?
Yes, and I will be rude again and interrupt you, just a warning.
Yeah.
We have 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
So I was asked to talk about the role of biodiversity in boreal forest, and I'd like to focus on Siberia because that area I know best. I have worked 10 years in Siberia, not as a prisoner, but as a scientist. And I first want to explain the change of vegetation across Euro-Siberia, and then try to explain what is the role of that diversity or different ecosystem on greenhouse fluxes. I start with an old vegetation map, which was created in the times of Brezhnev. I think some of you may remember Brezhnev. He was born in the Ukraine, actually, and his main activity was in the late 60s and in the 70s. So this atlas, a Russian atlas, shows the vegetation across Siberia at that time. You see mainly this purple color, which is pine and spruce. And this central part was called as the taiga, the main taiga. And north of the distribution of spruce and pine would be the northern taiga, and south of it would be the southern taiga. The southern taiga would go into steppe vegetation, grassland dominated vegetation because of drought. However, if we go further east, we see that this scheme of northern and southern and central taiga breaks down. There is a general a yellowish color, which is dominated by larix, and larix, the larch, appears in the northern and in the southern part. Actually, it's of interest that most species start to generate new species in the Far East. This is true for pine and it is true for larix, but we have little understanding what caused this speciation. I think it has to do with the warm glacial periods of warm periods and ice periods where larix moved from the east to the west. And each time it returned back, it had generated another species. So we have Larix sibirica, we have Larix kayandri, we have Larix gmelinii, and various hybrids between those species. Now it is of interest how this has changed since the last 40 years. And if we look at the vegetation map based on satellite data, we see first of all that in the European parts, the distribution of spruce and of abies has moved north. Secondly, is the clear band of pine and spruce sort of disappeared in the central part of Siberia. And the third big observation is that the area of larch, which is here yellow, largely increased and also occupies the northern part of the central core taiga belt. There is a third observation, which is of interest, that we have a blue color south, which is caused by birch and by aspen. And so there must have been a change in the last 40 years from a conifer-dominated to a broadleaf-dominated forest in the southern taiga. Formerly, and you still observe this in Sweden, in Scandinavia, you have a belt of willows and birch in the northern part of the taiga. We expected birch and willows in that part, but that part is occupied now by larix, and the willows disappeared into the tundra, which is further north. It may be also of interest that the larix moves almost to the Arctic Ocean. And the reason that it does not is probably the fact that the distribution of larix is not determined by climate, but by drainage. The northern part of Siberia is not well drained. It's basically bogs and swamps. And wherever there is a spot which is well drained, larix may even move close to the Arctic Ocean. So the change of this aspen and willow belt is of interest. I will come back to that. In my work, I had tried to make an inventory across central Siberia, a grid-based inventory, which did not happen as it was planned for many reasons. But I was able to fly from Mongolia up to the Arctic Ocean. Not quite, I was not allowed to see the coast. But along this transect, I did not see a single fire scar. Now, coming back to the old maps, they show a higher productivity of the forest in the west, and a decreasing productivity to the east. The productivity in the west is about 4 cubic meter per hectare and year, and I can only confirm the data or the explanation of Philip Sia is that the boreal forest has a productivity of about half of what the temperate forest does. The temperate forest in Europe has a productivity of about 11 to even 15 cubic meter per hectare and year, which is not only due to higher CO2, but also to the deposition of nitrogen. I think in the second lecture, it was also only emphasized that the land sink is due to CO2. No, it is driven by the deposition of nitrogen. The productivity then decreases rapidly to the east, and the eastern forests have a growth rate of about, sorry, my confusion, of about 0.5 to 1 cubic meter per year. Now, productivity is one thing. The other thing is the total carbon stocks, the forest biomass. And it is quite interesting to see that in the main belt of the boreal forest, the biomass even tends to increase to the east. So at lower productivity and higher stocks, how can this be? The forest gets older in the east if it is undisturbed. Now, the main problem, sure, is drought. And since the forests in the east have high biomass and low growth rate, and the high biomass of mainly natural forest, they burn well. So we had the largest fires in the past in that center of the eastern boreal forest where we had highest biomasses in the past. Now, in difference to the North American situation, the central Siberian forest generally has ground fires. The pine and also the larix is well adapted to ground fires. We have about every 30 years a natural ground fire, which takes away the vegetation of lichens. And the regeneration of pine and larix is enhanced by these ground fires. Actually, larix only regenerates after fire. Only in rare instances, we get ground fires in pine, mainly in young stands. And in young stands, the ground fires may act like thinning operations. Not all trees die, only some survive, and those will be those which have the uniform distance in old stands. So the fire history is quite important and different from the situation in North America. Ground fires in old stands in central Siberia happen every 90 years. Now, this is different from the dark taiga, which is dominated by spruce and arbies. And if we start in a succession from clear spaces, we generally started with an early successional forest, which is broad-leaved. And this is undergrown by the conifers, and then the conifers take over. And after about 200 years, you have a uniform conifer stand. I remind you that the present nature conservation in Germany wants to have mixed stands of conifers and broadleaves with the early successional stage. If these forests continue to grow, they get again monocultures. Wind and insects may cause destruction of this forest, but wind and insects do not result in this early successional stage. The forest circulates in different age classes of old dark taiga forest of spruce and pine. It is only fire which has natural occurrence of about 300 to 400 years, which sets this system back into an early stage of betteram. And here I would like to remind you to the change in the vegetation map. The occurrence of this belt of willow and aspen is an anthropogenic signal of fire events in the last 40 years. Now, the boreal forest is by definition poor in species. We know this, it's a handful of species if we disregard the speciation of larix and pine in East Siberia. But the main diversity which exists in soils. And here I show you on data from an earlier study of proteins, not DNA studies. Of,
3 minutes. Sorry, it's 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And I just would remind you that the main diversity are of bacteria and of fungi in soils and not in the living vegetation. Now I come back to my second question. What are these ecosystems doing? And here I show you eddy covariance tower data over 1 year with lowest rates of NEE in bogs. These are bogs with quite low rates of the steppe due to drought and the highest rates in the dark taiga of spruce. Now, it's very difficult to integrate these data to boreal forest sink because all these systems are very well intermixed. And it was Han Dollmann who attempted to look at NEE from eddy covariance data and from land-based vegetation data, and subtract the effects of fire, insects, land use change, plant production, agriculture, and come here to a lower level of NBP where disturbances are recognized. And if we then subtract wood export, food export, DOC export, the value is even lower. If we add the fossil fuel consumption in the area and the methane production, then the total sink of Siberia is somewhere between minus 120 or 166. But if we look at inversions, which we took from the flask measurements in the turbulent boundary layer, the estimated sink is much lower. So who is right? We built a tower 60 degrees north, 90 degrees east. And here you see the increase in CO2 concentration and the seasonal oscillations, which are unusually large in central Siberia. And here, and here you see the methane emissions, which reach peaks in the central, in the growing season. The estimated sink from this tower, which has a footprint of about 500 kilometers radius, is 80 grams carbon per meter square and year. It includes fires and includes fossil fuel emissions, but it does not include the lateral fluxes, DOC, and wood export. These data are right now not yet published. So my conclusion, the boreal forest appears to be a very well-balanced system in which species replacement takes place, and species replacement maintains productivity and forest biomass in a huge climatic gradient. We are still struggling to quantify the carbon sink of Siberian forests. This is mainly due to the fact that different systems are used to measure different quantities, and we do not know the important parameters such as wood export and DOC export, which makes the 80 grams carbon per meter square and year still as a high estimate. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and reminding us of all the complexities in nature. It's not all natural carbon uptake and storage. There's a lot of things going on. So now we have a couple of minutes for questions to all the speakers, and I will try to interpret these questions that we have received. So one question, if we start with this one, it's models suggest a decrease in forest carbon uptake in the past decade in boreal forest, I assume, but detailed inventories in Finland and Sweden show no decline. Would anybody?
We don't. If I take the data of our tall tower, we do not see a change over the last 15 years.
No change in from an uptake to a release, or no?
The oscillations, the seasonal oscillation, which would be the signal of uptake, does not change over the last 15 years.
I see.
And that is, as I said, a footprint of 500 kilometer radius.
Thank you. Julia and Philippe, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question, because forest inventories, in my mind, they are really the best sampling system where they are as dense as in Finland and Sweden, for instance. And still we see sometimes some differences with the atmospheric signals. To me, this can be due to the kind of invisible emissions from forest inventories, in particular the soil carbon change, the lateral export, and also it may have to see with the scale of the disturbance. Essentially, if the scale of your disturbance is too small compared to the grid of your forest inventory, you may miss some local sources which are caused by small-scale disturbance. And this is really, I think, country-specific, system-specific. In tropical forests, we have individual gaps. In the US, we have very small fires. So probably part of the answer to this question has to see with the size of the disturbance compared to a kind of grid and revisit of the inventory. It's a very interesting geostatistical problem, and definitely we should work on it. Huh?
Could I make a small comment? The last big inventory in Russia was made with Brezhnev, 1970. And all the inventory data we are talking about are extrapolation from that 1970 inventory. And it has not been repeated until now. Second, the small scale disturbance, Philip, we see with the tall tower. They are part of our flux observations in the tall towers. So I think the advantage what we have in Siberia is the mix of small towers and tall towers, which actually give us a solid estimate.
Very good.
Really to quickly add on that. So indeed, the models are broader. Also, the tall towers would capture more than inventories do. In particular, the land use change also. We are not doing the inventories on the cleared sites. Of course, we're adding them in for the national inventories afterwards. We're counting for cleared sites in that respect then. And then a big discrepancy also between the models and the ground-based data lies in the representation of disturbance processes. And I'd like to point out, because this is really an important question, the models didn't show a decreasing sink. They showed a lot of variability, but there was not a consistent natural sink discernible yet. But a word of caution there, because the models are notoriously bad in representing disturbances like fire, like windbreak. Those are in principle in the models, but pests, for example, bark beetle and so on is not captured by most of these models. And later this afternoon with Anna Trugman or Anna Bastos speaking about these effects, we will get a better handle on what these disturbances can mean, and that they really might be the biggest threat for the future carbon sink.
Thank you very much. I agree. I think there is this problem with the uncertainties between methods too, which you have all presented on different methods, inventories and models and flux towers and inversions. But let's take the next question here. It's for Julia. So how does that square with observations of more carbon uptake in the boreal forest overall? So I assume this is your land use impact, kind of reduction.
Yeah, so the overall, there's a net sink in the boreal, so that's clear. And when I showed these different plots for the different boreal regions, the land use emissions, they were possibly 50%, maybe the same order of magnitude as the natural land sink. But in all of these individual regions, though, it was smaller still. So although the gross fluxes may be pretty large, in particular by the wood, by the harvesting cycles and the importance of wood harvesting in the boreal, there's also a lot of regrowth, of course. I'm not sure it's always sustainable harvesting that's going on, but at least the gross fluxes, the gross sinks induced by the recovery after anthropogenic harvesting is rather large. So the overall land use emissions is then much smaller, and this would still be lower than the natural land sink, and thus overall a sink capacity there.
Very good, thank you. So I think we have time for one last question here. So it's about what's included in our calculations and about water. So what about fluxes from water and what we include in this land flux, and maybe what different systems are actually seeing?
Yeah, that's a very important loop of the terrestrial carbon cycle, in particular in a boreal system, which are rather good at exporting DOC. I showed that it's at the scale of the Northern Hemisphere, it's a flux that can explain more than something like 20%, between 15 and 20% of the difference between the atmospheres that sees those fluxes at landscape and continental level and kind of ground-based accounting systems. So indeed, we have to account for these fluxes. Most of the carbon which is lost by rivers, by forest, they are of course outgassed in lakes and rivers, very often at the landscape level, and only a small fraction goes to the ocean. But if we want a full budget, we do need to account for that. Of course, it's a slow flux. I don't think it's a flux that can double or triple 1 year and then, reset to a lower value. It's more like a background correction that we have to account for. And in my opinion, it does not explain the discrepancy we see on the decadal timescale, for instance, between inventories, models, and atmospheric studies.
And
yes.
Can I add to this? I think we have to understand where this DOC comes from. And I remember quite interesting studies from Sweden, ICOS-based studies, where it was shown it is the small rim of wet vegetation along creeks and small water channels or big rivers, which creates this DOC. We looked at this in the boreal forest, and we could not find any DOC at greater depth under forest, but the DOC was always produced directly in the wetland which accompanies water flows.
Very good, thank you very much. Very informative about these different fluxes and what's included. I think it's a big question what's included in different methods and so on, and something that's kind of difficult to wrap your head around also. And these missing fluxes are very interesting in terms of inventories and inversions. So according to the schedule now, thank you again to all the speakers. Fantastic presentations, very informative and on time, very good. So I will leave the word to Erik.
Thank you so much, Anders, for leading this session and for our fantastic speakers. And I wish we had more time to go into the different things here. There are many important issues that were raised, but we will go into some of these issues in the later sessions. So for instance, the discussion about managed and unmanaged forests and how this is represented in the national reporting will be covered in the next session. We will also discuss more about the disturbances, which we understood are not well covered today in models and could have a big influence on the future landscape. So we'll discuss that in the third session in the afternoon. And we also have the issue of negative emissions and how much natural climate solutions we need. That was covered by Julia, as we see that we are counting on a lot of negative emissions in the future, equivalent to adding a new biosphere. And there'll be a session, the fourth session in the afternoon. We'll be covering this and kind of the limits to this in more detail with some good speakers from the US and Canada. Now, before we continue with the program, we'll take a quick break. Make sure you get some coffee and stand up. And then we will be back at 11:10 Central European time. And I'll just let all panelists know that please turn off your cameras and your sound during this break. So thank you all for listening, and we'll be back at 11:10. Welcome back to the Boreal Forest and Climate Change webinar. I hope you had a good break and that you were able to get some coffee in the meanwhile. So in this hour leading up into lunch, we'll take a deep dive in carbon stocks and changes in natural and managed boreal forests. And the moderator of this session will be Dr. Anna Bastos from Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry. She leads a group that works on interactions between climate, ecosystems, and disturbances. And she'll be joined by 3 speakers. So please, Anna, go ahead.
Hello, thanks, Erik, for the introduction. So in our session today, we start with Anders Ahlström, who is Associate Senior Lecturer at the Department of Physical Geography and Ecosystem Science in Lund. And he will be presenting a talk on carbon balances in old growth forests, old growth Swedish forests. Welcome, Anders.
Thank you. Okay. Does this work? Let's see. Slideshow.
It's on the way. Yes, it's good. Thank you.
It's working. Let me just move something here. Okay, thank you, Anna. So I will talk about primary forest or old growth forest or pristine forest. They have very many names, these forests. They are basically forests that are less managed. And I want to say first, before I start, that all of this is preliminary results. This is an ongoing project very much. So none of what I will show is the finished product, just a reminder. Yeah. So this is things we're working on right now. So basically, I want to start just talking about Swedish forest types and maybe in general, boreal forest types. So this is the Bushwald scale. It was a conference paper on different forest types and how they are classified. And this is not really clear. I just looked at the FAO classifications, and they just changed this year on how you classify different forests. So I think it's one problem when we talk about these things that we refer to everything as forest, right, in the boreal zone. So we have, for example, in the tropics, we have a tropical forest and perhaps an oil palm plantation. And we think they're very different. But in a boreal forest, of course, the differences are much smaller between a managed and a pristine forest. So we just call them forests. And there's no maps of this really, not in Sweden anyways, high quality maps of where we have sort of managed, heavily managed, rotation managed forest. Some kind of natural forest has still been selectively logged in the past and are not pristine anymore. And perhaps more primary forests that have seen less management. So that's one issue when trying to understand some of these things. So in this project, what we did is that we tried to make such a map. Actually, I tried to make one globally first, right? But that turned out to be very hard. So I started with Sweden. And in Sweden, there was this inventory in the late 70s by the local governments of primary forests. It was only in a paper format, and it had sort of been lost in a way. There was no digital map. So what we did 3 years ago is we digitized this map, and then we have updated it with aerial photography. And we have, for each forest, we have studied management plans and documents. It's about 1,000 documents. And many of these are very detailed in terms of the history, past human impact, natural disturbances, and so on. And this we have used then to classify the forest on a scale of naturalness. So basically 6 to 9, basically the blue colored dots in the map are forests that have seen quite little human impact. This is what we think anyways, from historical sources. So I also want to say that this map that we are using, we try not to select forests that now have very high natural values. We try rather to get a representative kind of sample of how forests would look if they have not been managed. Of course, there has been some human impact on all of these forests in Sweden. There's been people here for a long time. So I want to say that too. So, but we are still trying to sort of find these forests with less impact. And it's about 2.2% of productive forest land that we think that we know, maybe that we know, are quite untouched. So basically using this map, I would try to study some things on carbon storage and how management impacts carbon storage. And I think it relates to what Julia was presenting before about this management impact of forest and if it leads to a reduction in carbon storage or what happens basically. And one framing is this baseline. So basically in Sweden, we have this uptake of carbon in the soil and in the vegetation. We have these fantastic forest inventories, and I think our next speakers will talk more about that. So we basically know that they are increasing their storage. It means that there's an uptake, at least of carbon in the local ecosystem, in the soil and the vegetation. But then the question is this natural or is this due to management? So if we look at this figure here, for example, if we say that these unmanaged primary forests are in equilibrium, that means that this difference, this increase in carbon storage, which is then also an uptake of carbon, is entirely due to management. But it's not necessarily so because we don't know this baseline. So the idea here is to try to get this baseline to understand what is a natural process and what is done, what is sort of the impact of management. So it could also look like this. This is just an example, and please don't look at the years here. It's 1940 now when we started doing heavy clear cutting in Sweden. These forests were heavily degraded, many of them already in the 1800s. So this figure is just an illustration. I'm not basically suggesting that everything was primary forest until 1940. But this is just an illustration. This is an alternative, right? We have an uptake also in unmanaged forest. And then the question is the managed forest taking up more or less? Is the slope of these lines, basically the uptake or the sequestration over time, higher or lower from some state? So this is what this presentation will be. And I will not be able to answer all of it, but some of it. So the first one, what we do is we basically try to understand where they are on some line here. Is there more or less carbon So we don't get that sort of the shape of the line or sort of the trend. We only get that at sort of how they relate right now. This is what we can do right now. And what we do then is we use spatially matched forest types. So Sweden is very long. There's a 10 degrees Celsius difference in mean annual temperature from the south to the north. There's a 10-fold difference in nitrogen deposition, and maybe some other differences too: landscape history, fire history, human management history, maybe the other disturbances and so on. So what we do for every forest is that we basically have these polygons or these shapes of our primary forest here in red, and then we use a spatial buffer for managed forest. And over these areas, the blue and the red, we extract remote sensing data and inventory data. And we also sample, extra sample in these red forests, because there's quite little data in these. Many of these forests, these unmanaged forests, are small relics. They are obscure little patches in the landscape. And there's quite little likelihood that in this regular grid that NFI applies, that these will be sampled. So we have quite little data on these, especially in the south, in the inventory. So we have done some extra sampling. So anyways, what I will show is basically a comparison in these pairs. So this is vegetation mass over, say, I think this is about 30 forests. So each dot here is one forest. And on the x-axis, we have the sort of the dry weight or the biomass of vegetation in primary forest. And on the y-axis, we have the dry weight, the same unit in managed forest or in the buffers. So basically, if we're below this 1-to-1 line here, the one that in the middle, that means that there's more carbon in the primary forest in the vegetation, or more biomass. And what we see basically is that we are somewhere around 2-to-1 up towards 4-to-1. So maybe around twice as much vegetation carbon in the primary forest compared to the secondary forest, something like that. So this is the temporary things we have right now. So it's a combination of NFI permanent plots, temporary plots, our own plots, and so on. And in total, we're using somewhere around 500-600 plots here in calculating these averages. So there's a bit more to this. So why is this new? Well, the NFI has been around, and the map to the left there shows basically what's available in the NFI from the NFI data. And it's basically these big, we have these big nature reserves in close to the mountains in the north. But they are not so representative, and they store more carbon in general than their surrounding kind of managed forests in the vegetation now. But these other forests that we have targeted are much more obscure and smaller, and they're in more productive land, and they have not really been sampled before. And they show much higher carbon storage. So when we actually look at these that are in otherwise heavily managed ecosystems, we are approaching 2-to-1, maybe even 4-to-1 in terms of carbon storage. And most of that carbon, the really big differences is whether you have really large trees, very large spruces that are old, and they are generally cut and lost already, perhaps in the 1800s. So that's a big difference between these. So this is basically what we do, and we want to go back and sample this more in the future. There's also a difference in deadwood. It's been discussed quite much. It was slightly smaller than I was expecting, and it's much less kind of evenly distributed. There's much more noise in it because it's more heterogeneous in the forests. But we are about 2-to-1, 4-to-1 in this primary forest. And perhaps the difference is even larger with more dead wood in the primary forests. What we haven't done yet, we're still processing it, is soil samples. So we're also taking soil samples in this forest down to 1 meter. And that's the big question, I think, if there's also a long-term impact of forest management and degradation on soil carbon storage, which we don't know yet. So that's something that's coming up in the future. So I guess the conclusions of this first one is that yes, there's more carbon, most likely more carbon, at least in vegetation and deadwood in primary forest compared to managed forest. And we can also, I will just note that you can also add, so we are not adding harvested wood products. If you do include harvested wood products, the difference is much smaller. So everything depends, when doing all of these kind of calculations, it depends on what your kind of your model system is, how much you're including in your calculations. And in this case, we're only looking at the forest and actually only vegetation. So moving on to the second question. So what about this change in time? So in Sweden, we have this uptake in forest, and those forests were degraded. So this change in time is also interesting. But we didn't answer at all the change in time, only the storage right now. So what can we do? Well, we could go back to these plots we have in 20 years or in 10 years. That's very difficult to do, or it will take a lot of time, of course. So right now we have to do something else just to figure out this line. So what we've done is we have looked at remote sensing. We look at Landsat data from 1984 to 2019, 30 by 30 meter resolution. And we use this kind of indice that is linearly related to GPP, which is then gross photosynthesis, so sort of the productivity, the primary productivity of the forest. So that's not the growth of wood. It's only photosynthesis, just to note that. And we do the same thing. We extract data, and now we have much more forests because we don't have to go and visit them. So we can do it for 400 forests instead of only 30 that we had before. And we do the same thing. And when we look at this now, we have the change in primary productivity or GPP or greenness, whatever we want to call what this index is, from 1984 to 2019. And on the x-axis, we have it for primary forest. And on the y-axis, we have it for managed forest. So what we see is that managed forest has become greener faster, slightly faster. They're at about 30% greening from 1984, and primary forests are about 25 to 30%. There's a small difference, but they're both around 1% per year. So there's a serious change in the primary forest. That's one conclusion. They are not, I mean, they could be in carbon cycle steady state because this is not the entire equation. You also have a release of carbon from respiration and so on. But anyways, there's at least photosynthesis is not stable over time. There's a little bit more to that. So basically what's actually greening fastest is the young forest. So the young managed forests are making up for all of that difference between these forest types. If we look at mature forest over 50 years or so, primary forest, unfertilized, unmanaged, are becoming greener faster than managed forests are. And that's quite surprising to me. And it doesn't really matter. It's not so that it's only becoming greener in the south where there's a strong nitrogen deposition. So this basically means that much of the change we're seeing, or this kind of suggests that the change we're seeing in Swedish ecosystems are mainly due to warming, elevated carbon dioxide, and nitrogen deposition, and less so due to management. But there's more things.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. But we of course, this is only photosynthesis, and we do not know if this actually leads to carbon storage, increase in carbon storage over time. We have mortality, we have respiration and so on, that we are not accounting for here. Last thing I want to mention, like, why are we doing this? So this is 2.2%. I mean, why are we even looking at this 2.2%? I mean, from a research perspective and being able to model this globally and upscale it over boreal forest, I still think it's very interesting. It's intriguing for me personally. But there's something in Sweden. I mean, we like to think that, or I used to think at least, that Sweden, well, we had this rotation management. The forests have been planted, they've been thinned, and then we cut them, and then we plant them again, right? And this is what you do in rotation management. But when we look at 70,000 plots from 1996 to 2002, where we have GPS coordinates, and we look at the stand ages of these plots, and we compare them to 1 million polygons of clear cuts from 2003 to 2019, we basically know where clear cuts have happened. And they are verified by the Forest Agency. So we have these fantastic data. And the figure to the left basically shows sort of the age of the plot. So if it says 1880, the mean age of the trees predates 1880. And it's I don't really have time to talk about it now, but it's a discussion of when this clear cutting started in Sweden. Some say 1950, 1940, that's when it really started on a large scale, but maybe the first kind of clear cuts happened already in 1880. So basically, if we look at all the cuts happening every year, about 15-20% is of these old natural forests. And if we take 1900 as a cutoff, it's 30%. So what we're actually seeing is a conversion of forest or natural forest to rotation managed forest. This is happening right now. If we look at the speed at which we are losing these old stands, we are losing them steady over time, 1% per year, more than 1% per year. So it means in a couple of decades, we only have rotation managed forest. So that's all. I think that's my last slide. This is my last slide, just a thank you. I've been working with students. We haven't had a ton of funding for this yet. So I've been working with these fantastic students and collaborators in trying to do all of these things and visiting these forests. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders, for the nice talk and for being perfectly on time. I will leave the questions for the last minutes of the panel. And I would like now to introduce Erik, who's an associate professor at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. And he will be presenting about soil carbon balances on the Swedish forest soil inventory. Welcome, Erik.
Thank you, Anna.
We cannot see your screen yet. Yes.
Do you see the screen
now? Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk about soil carbon balances in Swedish forest, and I'm doing so in the context of the reporting that we do to the Climate Convention and the Kyoto Protocol. And we do this in the sector called land use change, and forestry. And we do this on commission of the Swedish Environment Protection Agency. And the data I'm going to show is basically based on the data material that we use to do that reporting. I will not show so much of the reporting results as reporting data as such, but the data behind it. This reporting, one should remember, is done in an international context, and it is following some principle. Their IPC have worked out guidelines for how this reporting is going to be done, and their common reporting format. Having said that, each country have quite a large liberty to create its own type of reporting based on the data sources that are available. The reporting of the LULUCF carbon pools follows some basic principles. There are 5 carbon pools reported: above ground biomass, below ground biomass, dead wood, litter, and soil carbon. And today I'm going to talk about the litter and soil carbon pools. This reporting is based on a stock change approach. So we look at the difference between data from one year to another year. So it is the difference between the stocks in one year and the coming year that is the calculated or the estimated emission. Sweden base its soil carbon stock changes on repeated inventories. This is quite uncommon. Many countries have, or most other countries have different ways of estimating these changes. Most of them use models to estimate the changes in the soil carbon pool. The emissions are calculated based on the inventories, the estimated change, and then they are multiplied by an area that is at hand for that particular land use. We are also reporting land use changes, and that is done in a land use change matrix. And today I'm going to talk about the forest land that is not really changes. I will mention shortly also what happened, how large the land use changes is from forest to other land uses. The forest soil inventory is integrated with a national forest inventory. So we are using the same plots, the same grid, but we have a slower cycle. It takes us 10, we have a 10-year cycle, the NFI has a 5-year cycle. The outlay is systematic and unbiased, and the total number of sample plots lies around 11,000, which we have samples for, and of the half of those we also have mineral soil sample. And data for fine litter and soil carbon is sampled separately. We have had several inventory cycles. We had the first soil inventory in 1983 to 87, then a second forest soil inventory from 93 to 2002, then a third forest soil inventory, and now we are on the fourth forest soil inventory. So we have a possibility to look at changes. Unfortunately, the first forest soil inventory had some differences in methodology, so it has been difficult to use that. When we look at soil carbon in the soils, we look at the organic layer. We have also samples in the mineral soil from the 0 to 10 centimeters, 10 to 20 centimeters. We also have a deeper samples taken between 55 and 65 centimeters. And when we calculate the stocks, we interpolate the lower part of the soil profile. So there we have no samples. We also look at other parameters. For example, stoniness in Swedish soil is a very important factor when estimating stocks. So we have tested or we have estimated the stoniness for all the plots. There are some certain challenges in soil carbon change estimations. The changes are normally slow. They occur over decades. The changes are very small in relation to the stocks. Sampling is destructive. We take a sample. We cannot take the samples and reanalyze the same sample in the next inventory. In fact, we cannot dig or sample at the same spot, while, for example, the National Forest Inventory, they can go back and measure exactly the same tree as they measured last time. This gives rise to a very high spatial variation, and there are many sources of variation playing in here. If we look at the carbon change estimates, and here, this is the litter fraction. This is the organic layer between the third and second rotation cycle and the fourth and third rotation cycle. We can see that in the first, we had, it was a source of carbon dioxide. Now it's fairly neutral, but the overall change that we report is 0.12 ton carbon per hectare per year and emission. This is equivalent to a change of about 5 per mil in the pool. But when we calculate the emission from this source due to the large forest area, it represents 10 megaton of carbon dioxide. So this is in the order of the entire emissions from the steel industry in Sweden. So this gives a perspective of how quite small changes in the carbon pool can have significant emissions, can result in a significant emission. If we look at the soil organic carbon, that is the soil in the mineral soil, we have a sink, and that sink is larger than the source in the litter. And it is an annual change about 3 per mil per year. And it is then a sink of around 14 megatons carbon dioxide per year. We have also emissions in organic soils, which is around 5 megaton per year. So if we look at the whole soil package or in the reporting, it's not a very large sink, but the mineral soil is a sink compared to the others. If we look at the forest soil carbon stock, we can see some trends here that are interesting in this context. We have a diminishing soil carbon stock with latitude in Sweden. So we have much higher carbon storage in southern part of Sweden than we have in the northern part. We have, if we look at the stand age, we can see that there are some variation over stand age. We can see that there is a source in the litter in the first year of this, in the first 20, 30 years of the stand, just as shown by Markku in earlier. And we have a similar sink in the mineral soil. But if we look overall with stand age, it is fairly, the soil carbon stocks are fairly stable. There is a tendency that they decrease a little bit at older ages, but there are many factors at play here, and this can be due to covariation from other data behind. If we look at the forest soil carbon stock in the stocks and look at the time trend in the stocks, we can see that we have the same thing as we can see in the change data, we can also see in the trend in the stock. So we have a small source in the litter, and we have a little bit larger source sink in the soil.
You have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. An interesting observation on the changes is that the litter source seemed to be fairly stable, while the soil carbon source seemed to be sink seemed to be increasing with time. So it seems like the soil is getting a little bit stronger as a sink. We have looked at briefly at the different how the sinks and sources distribute with different parameters, and we can see stand age here. And now we are looking at the difference. We have a big accumulation of biomass at earlier stand age. This becomes smaller with time, but we have a larger accumulation of soil carbon at the older the forest is. We can also see that mixed forests and broadleaf forests are better or have larger sinks than other forest types. Productive forests have the sink does not increase very strongly with site index, with productivity. And the sink is also fairly equally distributed between regional areas, particularly in the biomass, but the soil sink is stronger in the north and stronger in the south. If we look at the if we look at the land use change, this is an example of how one plot has undergone land use change and literally lost all its soil carbon and biomass carbon. And we look at the land use change, we can see that Forests are increasing, and we have both afforestation and deforestation. There is a net increase in the forest area and a net increase in the settlement area. The interesting thing here is the emissions caused by deforestation. It's about 2.5 megaton of carbon dioxide, and that is caused by increased settlements and deforestation. So, summary, small changes in litter and soil pools have significant impact on the Swedish carbon budget, and they are challenging to monitor. The litter is a source and the mineral soils is a sink. Soil carbon pool decreased towards the north. The sink in the soil carbon pool show a tendency to increase. Litter and soil pools vary with stand age, but there is no support for large pools in older forest. Deforestation is small in area, but a considerable source of carbon dioxide due to large stock changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erik. Perfectly on time as well. We have some questions that we will leave for later. And I would now like to introduce Magnus Nilsson, who is an independent environmental consultant and researcher who will be presenting about natural carbon pools, land use, land cover change accounting, and the EU climate policy. Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very much. I'll try to open my screen, but it's a problem here.
We can see your normal PowerPoint window.
That's it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will talk about the more legal consequences or the way the legislation treats this in the European context with sometimes maybe surprising consequences. The structure of the core EU climate legislation could be described as 3 separate bubbles. 2 of them regulate emissions, the emissions trading directive, which sets a cap on emissions from activities under this legislation, the effort sharing regulation, which sets a cap on the emissions from activities outside the emissions trading, and thirdly, a legislation that regulates the sinks, the LULUCF regulations, which defines requirements on carbon storage in nature. The actors in these 3 bubbles are in the emissions trading, it's about 10,500 large energy and heavy industrial plants plus aviation. And in the 2 others, it's the member states. And one important thing is to know that these bubbles are pretty isolated, but inside the bubbles, there is basically no restrictions for trading between the actors who are part of the bubbles. There is a little possibility, the legislation gives a little possibility to move emission space or storage space between those bubbles, slightly from the emissions trading directive to the effort sharing, and slightly from the LULUCF regulation to the ESR, while there is no restriction basically moving emission space from the effort sharing regulation. So if a country overperforms according to this regulation, it can use that to underperform under the LULUCF regulation. The LULUCF regulation was came into force in May 2018, and it's split in 2 phases, 2021 to 2025 and 2026 to 2030, and obliges the member states to report changes in the carbon stocks. The accounting categories remind of what Erik told about the afforested land, deforested land, managed cropland, grassland, managed forest land, and managed wetland. The carbon pools are those just mentioned, plus harvested wood products. It deals with 3 greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. The central article in the legislation is Article 4. It says that for the periods from 2021 to 25 and 2026, 2030, each member state the emissions must not exceed removals as accounted in accordance with this regulation. the last words are very important, as accounted in accordance with this regulation. I can't see the full screen. The regulations is based on the so-called no debit principle. It means that some member states are allowed to have net emissions, while others are required to have net removals. The estimated total no debit for 2030 is net removals around 225 million tons per year. And next step is that it's important to understand that emissions from bioenergy or the decomposition of wood products are accounted for in the country where and mostly when the biomass was harvested. It's not accounted where and when the greenhouse gases were emitted. And I give a couple of examples. Here we have three countries: one where you harvest wood, one where you mine coal, and a third country where you combust the coal and the wood, and the greenhouse gas is emitted. Those emissions are accounted for separately. The emissions from the wood, from the combustion of the wood, is accounted for in the country where the wood was harvested. The emissions of carbon dioxide from the coal is accounted for in the country or in the facility where it was combusted. Sometimes this is interpreted as if the legislation defines emissions from wood burning as zero emissions. It does not. It's just accounted somewhere else, and you shouldn't account it twice. Similar goes for transport fuels, for biofuels. If it's based on wood, the emissions should be accounted for in the country where the wood was harvested, while petrol-based fuel emissions are accounted for in the country, in the place where the fuel was used. Fourth to remember is that hardwood products are accounted for as part of the carbon stock of the country of origin through default half-life values. For paper, it's 2 years, for wooden panels, 25, and for sawn wood, 35 years. So it's assumed it's emitted over a number of years in this way. Forest is treated in a special way. On managed forest land, what is accounted for are net emissions or removals related to a national forest reference level, a default value, based on conditions 2000 to 2009, but adapted to, for instance, actual age structure. Something similar goes for managed cropland, grassland, and wetland. And the FRL, the forest reference level, is defined like this. This graph shows the removals by forestry in Sweden over a period of years. Red stands for hardwood products, and green stands for what is stored in wood, basically. Based on this history, a forest reference level has been defined for the years 2021 to 2025. And what is accounted for Sweden is the deviation from the FRL. So if the storage goes below this level of somewhere around 38 million tons, it's defined as emissions. If it goes above, it's defined as removals. And this is the principle set up in the UN registry and Kyoto Protocol. Additionality is what's counted, not the total real storage. Finally, the member states overperforming under the LULUCF regulation may sell the overperformance to underperformance without limitation. That's what I said before. And LULUCF overperformance might also then to a small extent use this overperformance to compensate for underperformance under the effort sharing regulation. And it can also be sold and between member states under particular circumstances. Now, now to what this has, what consequences do this have for the way we look on bioenergy or the use of wood. This is a graph that shows the content of the emissions trading scheme directive. It defines the amount of permitted emissions forever. It has no final year. So this shows the issuance of new allowances under the emissions trading scheme. And the remaining emissions under that scheme is somewhere around 33 billion tons right now. The total future emissions from activities covered by the emissions trading schemes are defined in the directive as shown in the graph. Due to this, and this is important, the extent to which, for example, steel and concrete is substituted with wood will not affect the total emissions. And the same goes for renewables or fossil-free steel or so on. The emissions are defined in the legislation. So substituting steel, concrete, or fossil fuels with sustainably produced wood and biomass allow us to use more energy, build more, and drive more, etc., without increasing the net GHG emissions. But it does not reduce the total emissions. This is what's called the waterbed effect. And something similar goes for emissions outside the emissions trading scheme under the effort sharing regulation. This is the defined emission space for the members of the European Union. So outside the emissions trading scheme, Germany is permitted to emit 3.6 billion tons this decade, Sweden 0.3 tons. ESR overperformance may be sold to underperformance or used to compensate for LULUCF underperformance or cancelled. Emissions from this legislations, they are reduced beyond legal requirements only if overperformance is cancelled.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. So only if overperformance caused by bioenergy replacing fossil fuels is cancelled, increased use of bioenergy will reduce emissions. Finally, a few words about the future, because we will just in a few days have a new climate law. This is the way emissions have been seen in the legislation so far. We have counted gross emissions and we have counted on the emissions trading scheme and what's outside that. This is changing now. The new legislation has a completely new way of seeing this. It goes from gross emissions to a net emissions view where the sinks are part of the goal in a quite different way. The Article 2 in the new climate law says that greenhouse gas emissions and removals regulated in the Union law shall be balanced at the latest by 2050. That's what's shown by the black graph. It's not about additionality anymore. Every carbon that is stored under the LULUCF regulation is accounted for. And this means that by 2050, the sink has to reach the same level as the emissions. And the estimation by the Commission is that it has to grow from today 250 maybe up to twice as much, 250. But the new law also sets that the Union shall aim to achieve negative emissions thereafter, after 2050. Logically, the sink has to increase further later on. That's what I wanted to tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have now time for some questions with everyone. I'm trying to find my chat window, I'm sorry. So we had, I will start with 2 questions for Anders, which were more or less along the same lines. And they, 2 people were asking, some of these plots that you've shown are left unmanaged by some reason. So can you comment on how representative they are compared to the surroundings?
Right. Yeah. It's a very good question, and it's a very interesting question because it basically links up with more history than traditional science, and it's quite entertaining to try to figure those things out. And the short answer is we don't really know exactly. For all of them, I don't know. For some of them, they are in inaccessible terrain. Or they're in terrain where there's big rocks that's been moved by the inland ice and so on. So they were just very, very hard to sort of use and extract the wood. Others were owned by sort of large companies, and for some reason they just left them. It's like, it almost appears as if they didn't really keep track of all the forests they owned, and these forests were sort of forgotten somewhere in the landscape. We have to also remember that there was a lot of forest, right? Sweden has a lot of forest. So, and then a third kind of category could be for recreation. So some of these are described as old hunting reserves. So in the south of Sweden, so they were maybe kept for hunting. But and then how representative they are? Well, they are often on steeper soils or on steeper land, and they are so they should in theory be less productive, and they're often on higher elevations. So they're up on a little mountain or something, or a hill, and they are often rockier and so on. So there's different reasons, and they are not perfectly representative. So they should the expectation given that should be that they store less carbon if everything else equal. So yeah. So we can also correct for this with statistics. So we're also working on that on the side. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There was one question for Erik, which was about how has soil greenhouse gas exchange been estimated for drained peatland forest soils in Sweden? And also, why do older stands have less soil carbon than middle-aged stands?
Okay, thank you very much. The question about the peatlands, it's very difficult to measure carbon stock in peatlands, so therefore we don't.
Erik, can you please turn on your video, please?
Okay, it said, I thought I saw a message, I shouldn't turn it on. Okay.
Right.
Okay, the peatlands, it's difficult to estimate carbon stock change there for obvious reasons. So we have emission factors that are based on studies in Sweden that has been done on peatlands. And we combine them with some climatic data, or we modify them according to whether it's a boreal type or a poor nutrient site or a rich nutrient site. So we have emission factors, and then we just apply the area estimate that we have of drained peatlands on those to calculate the figure. It is, of course, a great oversimplification, and we are working on and trying to find ways in how to improve this methodology.
Okay, thank you. And then there was a follow-up question asking how the lit carbon loss in Sweden might be a climate signal or attributed to changing management practices.
Yeah, I can take that answer in relation to the other, why the soil carbon stocks were highest at around 100 years. When you have inventories like this and you start to look at a certain factor, how it influences, you realize this is not a controlled experiment. So you have different distributions of the sites from different areas. So the reason why we have lower carbon stocks at older stand ages might be that the older stand ages are more prevalent in the north of the country, and we have this gradient of soil carbon with lower soil carbon stocks in the north of the country. So there are many underlying factors that are at play here, a lot of co-variation. These type of inventories are not the best instrument if you want to look at causal relationships. And then we had, you had another question, sorry.
Well, it was if it was a climate signal or dependent on management practices. I think you answered nicely, and it also connects to Anders' presentation.
Yeah, it's very different for us to say from this material whether it's a management or whether it's a climate signal.
Okay, thank you. I will now ask a question for Magnus. So for Sweden, FRL seemed quite ambitious, especially after adding ARD emissions, which were not shown. What is Sweden doing to increase land use land cover change sinks or reducing emissions? And maybe you can remind everyone what the acronyms are.
Actually, I don't recognize the acronym ARD, so we will stay unfamiliar with that. Well, the Swedish FRL is just a consequence of the EU legislation. It doesn't show any particular ambition in any direction. I hesitate to say that Sweden does have a policy for strengthening the sinks. It's not a part of the national climate target, which only basically only targets emissions. But there is a discussion or a rapidly growing discussion on this, but there is very little policy consequences so far.
Okay, and so ARD is afforestation, reforestation, and deforestation. So if you want to comment on.
Okay, well, I would say it is included in the FRL, but it's very insignificant to the general management of forestry. One important detail in the Swedish accounting is that large part of the removals come from protected areas where you don't harvest the wood, and that's a matter of discussion. Should protected land be seen as managed land? That's the wording in the legislation, but that's the way it's interpreted here. I'm not sure what other countries do, and maybe it's logical to do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think there were two questions, or one question that could be applied for both Anders and Erik, which would be taken all together over the Swedish territory. What would be the net sources and sinks based on your estimates?
Seems like that's more related to Erik's slides there in the end, perhaps. Erik, do you want to?
Yeah, I think I said that given the reporting that we have now, if we sum up and include the drained peats, we are roughly at zero. There are large uncertainties here, but on the mineral soil, we have a sink, and that is primarily in the mineral soil. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will pass now to Erik for wrap up. Thank you, Erik. Yeah, and thanks everyone for the great talks and discussion.
Thank you so much, Anna, for leading this. And thank you for our three speakers we had. So we'll soon take another break, but before we do that, we have a couple of questions that were posted in the morning, the first introductory session to Markku Rummukainen. So maybe Markku, if you turn on your video and microphone, and you can join me for just a quick panel between the two of us on some of these questions.
Yes, I'm here.
Good, thank you. So one of the things that you mentioned in your talk is about finding an optimum level of forestry and the different practices. And there was a question there regarding if it's actually possible to achieve something like, that is a mathematical optimum or so, given the policy processes we have, given the future risks and uncertainties.
Well, when I said optimal, excuse me, my meaning was the optimal in a broad sense, which means the best possible solution with the greatest acceptance for the solution. So it's not just a mathematical optimal, but an optimal that is what the society wants and so forth. I mean, politics and policy is what we do. And of course, people need to be able to carry on living and so on within that. But optimal in a broader sense, which may be helped if we also calculate or try to find out the optimum in the mathematical sense.
Thank you. Another question here. There was a statement saying that about 80% of the annual tree growth in Sweden has been cut in the last decade. Maybe you can confirm if this figure is correct, but that means that we have a carbon sink in the forests. And what the first part of that question was if this proportion can continue for 50 to 100 years, or the forest will become too dense. And the second question that related to this was that, it seems like the forestry sector wants to be able to cut more than 80%. And are there reasons to compel countries like Sweden to have lower levels of cutting in order to allow some reforestation and regrowth?
Well, I think the different parties to debate are fairly much in agreement that there is not much more biomass that can be taken out from the forest as it is. Then there's a discussion of whether forest growth could be enhanced in some areas, which would then be used for production and so forth, or that how much of the forest land should be set aside for biodiversity and social values and so forth. Now, it's a good question, and I actually haven't thought about it from that perspective. But it is clear that there is still a need to think about which lands would be set aside for biodiversity, for example. There's a possibility of letting some of the forests or trees stand there longer. It would also generate economic benefits and so forth. So, but I mean, forests have a life cycle, and all forests are valuable as they are for biodiversity, as also Anders mentioned that would be. Then it's clear that the climate targets that we count on the natural sinks, which Julie and a few other speakers mentioned, we do expect, and we calculate climate reduction targets for temperature goals, assuming that the global biosphere continues to be as a sink. And also the negative emissions requirement, or possible unavoidable need perhaps, requires that there would be more standing forest in the world over time. Now, as Magnus was saying, there is EU regulations which state that there needs to be an increase or continuation of the net sink also in Sweden, and that requirement may even be increased in the future. So there are sort of limits to what can and can't be done. And these are something like the LULUCF regulations, something that Sweden has agreed to together with the other member states of the EU. So it's not imposed on us, it's something that we have agreed to do.
Of course. And as Anders mentioned, we are losing old growth natural forests at a rate about 1% per year. Considering all the different aspects, including biodiversity, do you think we can continue cutting these very old growth forests in Sweden, or do you think they should be protected?
Well, my opinion is that as much as possible, they should be left alone and be old and well, retire from the forest production and so forth. It would be good for biodiversity. Mm. But of course, because somebody owns these forests and may have had them for economic reasons, for example, or has a family tradition, whatever, there should also be sort of mechanisms and policy to compensate these forest owners so that they would not have to take the burden for the greater good of society. And these distribution effects, as I think we earlier talked about as well, are something that need to be managed for acceptance to have the optimal solution in the broader sense for the forests and their uses.
And I think that there might also be this striking the balance between, I mean, complete preservation and complete clear cutting, that there might be something in between there. The last question before we take a break is that you mentioned that there's a need for more transparency around and reflection around the different methods, different assumptions behind. So is there any scientific 4R process that is or could be providing a transparent basis for reflecting and communicating on this?
Oh, yes. I have worked a long time, not least on climate models and climate modeling, and there are a lot of intercomparison experiments looking at several climate models, which are quite a few actually. And even though they, of course, build the same physical principles, there are different ways of doing, calculating a certain thing, methods, parameterization, and so forth. And in the standardized experiments, there's a shared problem to be solved or looked at. There are sort of a standardized experiment setups. There's data sharing and then joint analysis of what the different models say about the same thing. And this provides transparency. It highlights where the models are different and enables to find out in which way they are different, where the difference may be due to scientific uncertainties, where the differences may be due assumptions, and where there is true uncertainty or not, or robustness.
And we also, I think one thing that was mentioned a lot during the morning here is that there's some discrepancy between how you measure scientifically and how you report, and we've gone through this in some detail now. So do you think there needs to be more syncing between the different ways of measuring and estimating, for instance, between those who do modeling and those who do national inventories?
It's important, again, transparency and understanding that there's a great lot of confusion about the national inventories of emissions and sinks, and modeling with integrated assessment models or the global biogeochemistry models and so forth, or global climate vegetation models. When one looks at them in more detail, they say more or less the same thing, not least if one also accounts for the assumptions and methods and so forth. But the understanding is confused because of different language, different setup of the experiments, different time periods and assumptions, which we also saw some examples of today that, okay, here we talk about the above ground biomass, we don't talk about the complex of above ground and below ground biomass, for example. So it's more again about the understanding. It's not necessarily to finding a totally new system. And there are some recent papers which look exactly this, that how could we combine the understanding from the one and the other direction and get sort of a picture that everybody understands, can agree on.
So this is very good. No, thank you so much, Markku, for answering these questions. And we need to apologize a bit for running a bit over time. We've had many interesting questions come in, so we needed to do this spontaneous Q&A with Markku. And we'll also try to pass on as many questions as possible to the speakers from those who have posed them, and see if they're able to get back to you on your questions. We will now take an almost 2-hour break. And this is not just to give people a chance to catch up email, but also because we have speakers coming in from across the pond in the afternoon sessions, and we need to keep the sessions pretty late in the afternoon in order for them to get in their time zone. So thanks everyone for listening to the morning. We'll see you back at 1400 hours Central European time, Swedish time, and have a good break. Thanks. Hi, welcome back to this webinar on boreal forests and climate change, hosted by Future Earth and Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. I hope you had a good lunch break and that you're fresh and ready to start with the afternoon sessions, where we bring in a host of guests, many from the US and Canada. So I'm looking forward to that. The first session that we'll have now will go more into the future climate feedbacks and other types of disturbances to boreal forests. And it's being chaired by Julia Pongratz, who appeared in the morning session, but for those who weren't there, Julia is a full professor for physical geography and land use systems at LMU Munich and leader of a joint group on land use in the Earth system at the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology. And she's also contributed to the last and the current IPCC assessment reports. So Julia, I'd like to hand over to you to start this session and introduce the speakers.
Thanks, Erik.
I hear you well.
Yeah, excellent. Good. So this is about the big future threat for future forest health and carbon stocks. And because these disturbance issue is such a dynamic topic, we invited 4 persons who work on this to get the latest insight and also see where science agrees and where there's the gaps in our understanding. So I'm very excited about this. And I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who is Anna Trugman. She's an assistant professor at the Department of Geography at UC Santa Barbara. And she's an ecologist and earth system scientist and studies how global change impacts terrestrial ecosystem health and carbon storage. Thanks for getting up so early, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, Julia. I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see that all right?
Yes, we do.
Great. All right, so yes, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Julia, and for the organizers for organizing this wonderful virtual event. It's a real pleasure to be here. As Julia mentioned, I'm Anna Trugman from the University of California, Santa Barbara in the US. And today I want to talk to you about how disturbance may impact the future boreal carbon sink, current trends and future uncertainties. And before I get started, I want to just briefly acknowledge some collaborators without whom this work would not have been possible, including Bill Endrig, Grayson Badgley, and the Carbon Plan team. And I want to start off today by giving you a brief overview of where I'm going to go. I'm going to talk about what are the most important types of disturbances when we're considering boreal ecosystems. I'm going to talk about if climate change is impacting these disturbance risks. And I'm going to wrap up by talking about what the relevant underlying ecological processes are in boreal systems associated with these disturbances and how well we represent these processes in mechanistic models that we use to make coupled climate change forecasts for the Earth system. So first, what are some important types of disturbances when we're considering boreal ecosystems? And this is by no means comprehensive of all disturbance types in these systems, but I'm going to go over and focus on 3 really critical types of disturbances in my talk today that arguably may change quite a bit with climate change. And this includes drought-driven disturbance and drought mortality in boreal ecosystems, biotic agent disturbance or insect disturbance and insect-driven mortality, and wildfire-driven mortality in these forests. And the reason I really want to highlight these 3 types of disturbances is because they can cause broad swaths of tree mortality. This shows some mountain pine beetle mortality in the North American boreal forest. And these broad swaths of mortality can release a large amount of carbon back into the atmosphere within a relatively short time period and cause a positive feedback on climate change. So they're really important when considering the integrity of the future boreal carbon sink. And so, as I mentioned, this is some mountain pine beetle mortality that occurred in the North American boreal forest within the past several decades. And actually mortality events like these have really destroyed pine forests all the way up from the southern Rocky Mountains in the United States, so in temperate regions, up to through the North American boreal forest. And I think you'll hear from Werner Kurz, the author of this study, a little later on today. This shows total burned area in the North American boreal forest for each season from 1940 up through the present. And you can see it varies a lot from year to year, but the maximum burned area is really increasing over time. So we're seeing more and more large fire disturbances in some of these areas. And this is an image of some drought mortality in the aspen parkland in the North American boreal forest that occurred in the past several decades. And in many cases, boreal systems may not have a lot of rainfall. They're not particularly water limited because of low evaporative demand. But actually the high latitudes in boreal forests are warming the most rapidly of any forests on the planet. And so increasingly we're seeing water stress and drought-driven mortality in many of these ecosystems. So it's a very important process in affecting the future boreal carbon sink. And so now I want to talk about if climate change is impacting these disturbance risks. And I've already hinted a little that, yes, we could expect climate change to affect these disturbance risks, but I'm going to highlight this with a recent study I did with some co-authors that's under review. And the reason we care if climate change is impacting disturbance risks is because disturbance is actually a natural part of boreal ecosystems. And at any given time, you could consider the landscape of these boreal systems a mosaic of different patches that each have different disturbance histories and maybe of different disturbance ages. But over time, because the disturbance rate isn't changing, the total carbon storage wouldn't change. But if you have an increasing disturbance risk, then over time, you might deforest many more forest patches between, say, 2020, where we are here, and 2100, because you don't allow for adequate recovery time. And so you might see a drastic decrease in overall boreal carbon storage. And so in this recent study that I did along with co-authors, I'm actually going to draw on a temperate counterpart, the continental US, where we looked at the climate sensitivity of these three different risks: drought, fire, and insect-driven mortality. And we did this using a continental scale forest inventory database of over 160,000 permanent sample plots that have been remeasured over 2 decades. And this is a really nice data set that includes detailed demographic information, including mortality, and also the cause of mortality. So it records different insects associated with these different plots. We coupled this with a continental fire database, as well as historical and future climate data using statistical models. And we first quantified the sensitivity of these different disturbances to different climate drivers, and then used the cross-validated statistical models to look at how we might expect disturbance to change given the historical data and expected future climate data. And actually, in all cases, we found increasing risk for these 3 different disturbances, but it differed substantially depending on disturbance type. And so this figure is kind of complicated, and I'm going to walk you through it step by step. So this looks at the projected changes in burned area, and we have burned area fraction per year on the y-axis, and this is averaged across the continental US. And on the x-axis, we have time ranging from historical up through 2100. And the black line indicates our historical data. And so you can see that fire burned area fraction in the continental US is already increasing. But actually, if we look into the future, it's nothing compared to what we might expect under some future climate scenarios. And we use different climate scenarios ranging from lower emission scenarios, which are shown in green, to higher emission scenarios shown in red. from the coupled model intercomparison project, phase 5, or phase 6, I apologize. And the grayed out lines here are different model members from each of the different emission scenarios. And the solid lines are the multi-model median. And there are a few features I want to point out here. So for fire in particular, we see a potential for a drastic increase anywhere actually from 4-fold to 14-fold in the higher emissions scenario. And we're actually locked into a certain amount of increased risk at this point. But actually our emissions scenario really matters. And so if we look around 2050, these different scenarios start diverging in terms of the amount of projected risk. And it's in fact much, much lower if we regulate our emissions and significantly higher if we don't. This is the analog for drought mortality in % per year. And so this is the projected changes in drought mortality. Everything else is just the same as I oriented you with in the last figure, where historical is in black. We have the different emission scenarios with high in red. And we found approximately a factor of 1.3 to 1.8 increase relative to the historical under future climate scenarios. And this is for insect-related mortality in % per year. And we found a pretty similar 1.3 to 1.8, depending on the emissions scenario. And so now I want to talk to you about what the relevant ecological processes are and how well we represent these processes in mechanistic models. Because the study I showed you actually has a number of limitations. The study I just showed you, quantifying the risk sensitivity statistically, has a number of limitations in that it doesn't incorporate dynamic feedbacks between land cover change and the effects on other aspects of the boreal forest ecosystem. So really understanding how these disturbances might influence the coupled climate or system is of crucial importance to fully understanding the future prognosis of the boreal carbon sink. And so there are actually some really key processes, including these complex disturbance processes I talked about when representing boreal systems in some mechanistic model. But there's, and that makes it quite challenging actually, because these are some of the more challenging processes to represent mechanistically. But there are actually other processes that are important as well, that make boreal forests very challenging to represent in these coupled climate or system models, including the fact that there's an unprecedented rate of warming. So we don't really have another natural analog to test our theories with. And also the critical role of the subsurface for carbon storage and its feedback on above ground vegetation. And I think you're probably going to hear some more later on in this panel about how critical this interplay between the subsurface and the above ground is. And this is just very challenging because we know less about the subsurface because it's harder to sample. And so how well are these processes represented in mechanistic models that we use to make climate change forecasts? So if we're thinking about these different disturbance types that I talked about, a minority of carbon cycle models include prognostic fire or drought, and even fewer include drought physiology. And it's very rare to include some type of, to completely absent, to include insect disturbance. And so we're not currently capturing any expected changes associated with these processes in our projections. And so that should be considered, potentially current forecasts are a high-end estimate and you'd expect them to be reduced by these different disturbance types. But in some cases they can have negative feedbacks as well that I think you'll hear about.
3 minutes to go, Anna.
Thank you. Mortality is actually one of the more difficult processes for models to accurately capture. Subsurface processes are particularly difficult for carbon cycle models because we don't know that much about the subsurface, and in many cases they don't incorporate some of the processes we do know at this point. It's still an area of active development. And then this rapid rate of change of high latitude systems doesn't have another natural analog, which makes it challenging. So just to summarize, fire, drought, and insect disturbance are all critical processes impacting boreal forest health and carbon storage. There's substantial evidence that these disturbance events are already increasing with climate change and could increase manyfold in the future if we don't mitigate emissions. But actually mitigating emissions matters, and we can reduce this risk if we do. Increased disturbance can substantially decrease boreal carbon storage potential. But there's a large amount of uncertainty in exactly how disturbance will change with climate change and feedback on boreal carbon dynamics, because drought, insect, and fire disturbance are some of the most challenging processes to represent in mechanistic carbon cycle models. And so with that, I would like to thank you. And I think there's going to be questions later on. So.
Thank you, Anna, very much. Yeah, I've got heaps of questions and I'm sure they're coming in now via the Q&A from the audience. So thanks for that, but we have to hold them until after we've had all the speakers and then can have a common discussion. So thanks very much, Anna. That was just perfect. We turn to the next, Anna Bastos is our next speaker, and she already moderated a session this morning. But for those of you who haven't been there, let me quickly introduce to you who Anna is. So Dr. Anna Bastos is a group leader at the Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry in Jena in Germany. And she is working a lot on the interactions between climate, ecosystems, and disturbances. And a particular focus that she will also bring about now is this impact of extreme events and disturbances. And she speaks now about the threats to boreal forest from exactly this. So welcome, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia, for the introduction, and also Anna for the great introduction about one side of the uncertainty about the future of boreal forests and also forests in general. I will talk about other aspects of uncertainty when we think about the coming decades that has to do with extreme events and how they relate to forest disturbances. So Anna also mentioned this in her talk. We know that the boreal regions are a hotspot of global warming in particular. So we know that latitudes above 50 to 55 degrees and above are warming at much faster pace than the rest of the globe. And this is related with interactions with sea ice and albedo and so on. And that's what is normally referred to as Arctic amplification. Another hotspot of change in terms of temperature is in the summer in many Eurasian boreal forest regions, where maximum temperatures are becoming much hotter than other regions in comparison, and particularly in North America. And we see an asymmetry or a difference in the pace at which the hottest daily temperature, so basically the maximum daily temperature in summer, is warming, and the minimum temperatures. So really the peak temperatures are warming much faster, and also faster than kind of the rate of the global land surface temperature. This one important thing to keep in mind when we think about weather, and particularly extremes in the mid-latitudes, is that we have a considerable variability in weather patterns that are related with the very dynamic atmospheric circulation that we have in these regions. And these are strongly controlled by the jet stream, which you can see in the red colors in the video, and also storm tracks and other atmospheric patterns. And basically, if you look at how the jet stream varies over time, sometimes it flows in a very kind of straight way, and other times it wiggles a little bit more, and sometimes it's also flowing faster than other times. And all these changes control how warm and moist, or warm and dry air and vice versa flow from the north to the south, or the south to the north. And there's quite a lot of discussion about how climate change might impact these atmospheric circulation patterns. so far models disagree a lot on the changes, the magnitude of the changes, and sometimes even on the sign. Some uncertain changes that I'm pointing here are related in winter, so a weaker polar vortex and a bit of more wavier jet stream, which also can explain why, even if we have global warming, we might have very cold winters, if, as you can see right now, that we might have intrusions of air from the north flowing much deeper down south. And in summer, there's a tendency for a weakening of the storm tracks and an amplification of quasi-stationary waves. These quasi-stationary waves are quite important because this would mean that weather can become more persistent. So these are quite uncertain, so I would like you to keep this in mind. But when we look at extreme events, hot extreme events in the past 20 years in much of Boreal Eurasian regions, we know that these extremely hot periods in summer were, or even in winter, in last winter, they are driven by these kind of very persistent anomalies in atmospheric circulation. So in summer related with blocking situations, whereby the atmosphere above a given region stays kind of just flowing around, and we have hot air over a surface that becomes drier and drier because of evaporation. And so this triggers land atmosphere interactions that amplify the heat anomaly and also the dry anomaly. And so what we can say about these events is that they're mostly driven by atmospheric dynamics. But another important thing to keep in mind is that even if this persistent weather situations happen, we also have a background that is slightly warmer and also the atmosphere slightly drier. And so the magnitude of these events is made a little bit or sometimes much more likely by anthropogenic climate change. What is not clear so far is whether there's a link between anthropogenic climate change and the frequency of these kind of events. So if we think about 2010, I've shown it before and many people might remember, 2010 was an extremely hot summer over Western Russia, and it also impacted some boreal forests in Eurasia. And we can see that by looking at the climatology of the pre-industrial period, the probability of having such a hot summer was almost zero. But if we see the distribution of temperatures under 1.5 or 2 degree global warming scenarios, we see that a summer like 2010 might be relatively frequent or actually very close to normal in the coming decades. Another important point to see in this graph is that the tails of the distributions for the warming scenarios are also widening. And this means that this upper tail of very hot temperature extremes is extending much further to higher values. So hot extremes will become much more, or much hotter extremes will become more likely in the coming decades. Why is this a problem? So we know that because of this widening of the distribution, we have an increase in the probability of exceeding a given temperature threshold compared to the pre-industrial period that increases in a non-linear way with a degree of warming. So per degree of warming, we have a much stronger increase in the likelihood that such events might happen. And what we can also see in this figure is that the probability change in the very, very hot extremes increases faster than the probability of the only very hot extremes. So these are the 99 percentile and the 99.9 percentile. So these would be events that happen only once every 100 years, and these would be once every 1,000 years. And we can see that for these events, we can have a very large uncertainty. So such an event that under pre-industrial conditions would only happen once in 1,000 years can be, or the likelihood that it might happen is reduced to 40 to 200 years. So this uncertainty is huge when we think about the timescales at which we need to plan for mitigation, adaptation, and so on. 40 years deserves quite a lot of attention. 200 years maybe is not so worrisome. So if we go from the atmosphere to the carbon cycle, we know that there's a complex chain of feedbacks and interactions by which a given climate extreme, I've been talking about heat waves before, but we have many other kinds of extremes that we can think about. They first primarily affect plant photosynthesis and growth, but then there's a whole chain of processes that end up being affected. And importantly, as Anna mentioned before, also pests, insects, drought, and fire disturbances are also affected by these extremes. So since we know that climate extremes impact disturbances as well, and disturbances also can interact with each other, we can have what we call disturbance cascades, by which, for example, if we have a drought can lead to an increase in insect outbreaks because on the one hand, because of the hot conditions that are normally associated with droughts, but also because trees are stressed and cannot defend themselves as well. And then so insects can take advantage of the stressed trees and expand much more than they would do otherwise. And so this combination of more increased or more frequent extreme events, plus these interactions with disturbances and the fact that the extremes also affect disturbances may lead to very complex feedbacks in the future and cascading effects that are not really captured by the models, as Anna mentioned in the talk before. So we can think about how the changing extreme patterns might impact some forest activity. We have some variations which are driven by climate variability over time. We can define a reference state and think that if a hazard, say a drought, a heat wave, or something else happens much less often than the time it takes the forest to recover, then well, the forest will be kind of in balance with the hazard frequency. If on the other hand, we have either an increase in the intensity of this hazard or a shortening of its recurrence time, we might get into situations where recovery is not complete when the next extreme event or the next hazard happens. And if this ends up being condensed in over 2 short periods, plus with these interactions with disturbances, we might end in trajectories that lead to forest degradation and changes in the composition and so on. So I think this will also be discussed later on. One of the things that I would like to call your attention to is that normally when we make these scenarios and evaluation of climate change risks to forests, we look mostly at the mean states. And if we look at the mean state, for example, in terms of aridity, temperate and boreal Eurasia are not really considered drought hotspots. If anything, they would actually tend to become a little bit wetter in the coming years and decades. But we know that these increase in the temperature and also these natural variability patterns that are more or less random, but that still happen once in a while, but are also made much more intense because of climate change, might have an influence in specific events in the future. So for example, for the 2010 heat wave, the land atmosphere feedbacks also promoted one of the strongest droughts in the region that you can see in red in this figure here. And even though the event was mainly a temperature or started by being an atmospheric circulation pattern and kind of a heat wave, there was a drought that was promoted by these atmospheric conditions. And this drought or the drought stress led to a strong decrease in forest CO2 uptake. And you might remember there were very large fires, there were very strong impacts on crop production. I know this is not the core of our meeting here, but the crop prices went up because the impacts were really massive in this summer. And another example of another rare event with very high or very strong impacts, which is not really, or it did not affect boreal forests, but can be considered a good example of a very low probability of a very high impact event.
2 minutes, sorry, I got carried away.
That's good, I'm almost finishing. Was the sequence of 2 very hot and dry summers in Central Europe. So you can see here in this figure, 2018 and 19 were 2 very hot summers in a sequence, while the other extreme summers were kind of only 1 year, and then conditions the next year were closer to normal or not as dry. And what we've seen is, or we can think about is, we have a very strong impact of the 2018 summer. We know that forest productivity was strongly affected, crop productivity was also affected, and etc. This drought left a legacy through damage to the crown, to the xylem, changes in plant allocation, etc. And also because it was a very hot year, it also set the good conditions for insect populations to grow. In addition, we had again another dry and hot summer in 2019, which combined with all these these 3 effects combined. So the damage from the previous summer, the hot and dry conditions in the second summer, plus the warm conditions that promoted insect population growth led to a very strong impact in 2019. And there's now studies coming out showing, for example, the rates of insect outbreak affected areas, trees in the Czech Republic, and also a strong increase in salvage logging. Tree mortality rates in Germany actually soared. They increased quite a lot in 2019, but then 2020 was again hot and dry. So this was really a rare combination of 3 dry summers that made tree mortality rates really spike. And this was, or is even now, a big problem for foresters, and also in terms of forest preservation, biodiversity, and all these things. So my take-home message would be that first, we know that boreal regions are a hotspot of global warming, and extreme events, even though they start by being driven by atmospheric variability, mostly natural variability and kind of random chaotic variations, they are also amplified by global warming. And because of the control of for example, these hot extremes, or in general extreme events, both their impacts on forests directly, but then also indirectly on certain disturbances, and then on the interactions that take place once they start, might lead to cascading effects in the long term, and also might make forests reach some tipping points that would not be reached if there would not have been this rare event. And so when we think about planning for the future, I guess my message would be that, of course, it's important to plan for the mean change, but we should also look at the tails of the distribution, and specifically at this high impact but low probability events. As a final note, and also in the framework of Philippe and Julia's talk in the morning, and also the next session on nature-based solutions, while when we talk about storage in managed lands, we can directly have an effect on, or we can try different things to preserve the natural sinks. We really, the best solution is really to have effective climate change mitigation, so that we can reduce the risk of these extreme events that will always happen because they're part of the natural variability of the system, but are amplified by hot temperatures. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Anna. That was an impressive talk on an important topic. Let's move to the next speaker. This is Dr. Igor Drobyshev, and he's a docent at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and a renowned fire expert. The lab where he's keeping a leading position is working on dendrochronological reconstructions of fire histories in Europe, but you're also looking into predictability of regional fire activity for the future. So very important topic for us here. And thanks very much, Igor, that you're joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So let's see if I can share my screen. Let's see, like that. So do you see my screen now?
You see the screen? Excellent.
Fantastic. And the sound is good?
Perfect.
Lovely. Well, yes, thank you. Well, thank you again to the organizers for inviting me to talk on this truly exciting topic. After following the morning presentations and the early afternoon presentation, I realized that the most interest in this group or in this symposium is on the carbon. And I have to say that I didn't target this topic specifically over the course of my research. And most of the times I have been looking at the historical variability. And there's a good rationale for doing so. And that rationale has been well illustrated in these talks, which we just heard, all the very excellent talks, by the way. And it touches upon two things. It touches upon the length of the period we can use to actually understand and follow the process, observe the process, and the resolution at which this process can be sampled, can be sort of recorded. And most of the data sets we're currently enjoying nowadays, they are based on relatively short periods of observation, like really periods which do not extend more than maybe 30 years in time. And we have, of course, a lot of climate data which extends over 100 years, especially in Europe. And there are some reconstructions which extend even further for like multiple centuries and even more. But yet what we're doing with this is that they often lack reconstruction of the actual process. Like we typically enjoy reconstructions of temperature, precipitation, some other climate parameters, but these are not the ones which we're mostly concerned with, as, for example, the last talk just demonstrated. We're concerned in the process of, for example, losing the productivity in the forest or on the cropland. So these processes, or for example, fire activity, so these processes are quite seldomly reconstructed with a precision which is relevant to the process in question. That is, for example, annual or seasonal resolution when it comes to the fire activity, or annual resolution when it comes to the productivity. So that's why it's very interesting and exciting and instrumental to look at the proxies, which can actually give us a reconstruction of the actual process, not a proxy over proxies. So in this case, the chronological records, which give us a direct measure of past fire activity, is very interesting proxies because they actually help us to reconstruct not the temperature variability, which can cause fire, but actual fire. So that was my main topic of research. But today I'll try to talk about both modern data and historical data to give a bit of the historical perspective on this disturbance regimes and specifically forest fires. And we're going to be focusing on European boreal zone. Okay, well, a bit of the Swedish, those who can, so you can enjoy. If we talk about fire, we'll have a couple of components which are important to this process to actually roll across the landscape. And first of all, you have to have fuels. Fuels have to be in a certain state so they can maintain fire. Then you have to have ignition source. So all these are they have plenty of these in the boreal zone. And we have fire activity as a very important driver of literally any process you can think of when it comes to the dynamic of a natural boreal forest. It's evolutionary factor in the sense that it has been shaping the species evolution in this biome for the time since the time it has been kind of on the Earth's surface. And when it comes to climate, most often we see a very good correlation. If you have sufficiently large data set, we'll have a very good correlation between amount of fire on the landscape, for example, amount of area burned, and some sort of measure of climatological fire hazard. And quite often we use things like 500 millipascal pressure patterns, which are consistently associated with the periods of increased fire hazard or increased amount of area burned. And these patterns we observe on the modern data, and we consistently observe this pattern on the historical data, whether it's like historical observations of fires, or in this case, dendrochronological observation of fire activity. But when we talk about Europe, and specifically Boreal Europe, I would argue actually, and that's not really something which I should probably say, but I would still say so, is that this is not the place where actually fire activity happens today. So this is the data, like modern satellite data, and the upper panel shows you actually the amount of area burned. Unfortunately, the actual amount of area burned is not really on this picture, but it's classified into 3 groups, and you can see that actually most of the fire which we observe today, that is over the last, I think, like around 30 years, this is fire which happens in the eastern part of Eurasia and in Central and Western North America. So European fire activity, in a sense, is relatively negligible over the in this large context. And if you look at the second panel, which shows population density, you see that, again, this is the fire activity which happens in the parts where people do not live nowadays, which is at stake, which is really important, because where people live, we have relatively less fire-prone conditions, just because we modified landscape, and we, in some parts of the world, we also have quite sufficient fire suppression. Okay, so a bit of a historical perspective, we can start with Scandinavia, and I would say that in many, many years ago, that is approximately 300, 400, 500 years ago and back, we had kind of more or less natural situation in terms of fire activity, with this fires being largely controlled by climate, and the amount of area burned being not so much affected by humans through the interaction with fuels, through the fire suppression or some land use practices. So we had kind of natural fire regime at this period. Then in certain parts of Scandinavia, we had major impact on fires due to the something called Svedjebruk, or slash and burn agriculture, which increased the amount of fires in the landscape, but it's still kind of debatable to what degree it actually increased amount of area burned in this landscape, because these are two very important and not exactly the same things. I would say quite different things, amount of area burned and amount of fires. Quite often when you talk with people about the amount of fire in the landscape, what people have in mind is actual amount of fires, and this is typically not the most informative metric of fire activity, because it can be quite misleading. You may have a lot of fires but very little impact, whether ecological, economical, or social, simply because these fires are very small, so it doesn't really matter how many are they. So that's very important, is the amount of, not amount, but the amount of area burned, the size of the area which is affected by the fires. And in different parts of Scandinavia, more or less since 1800s, we have active fire suppression. First, it was not really real fire suppression, but we had quite a lot of trends towards stopping using or ceasing using fire as an agricultural tool, as that was kind of beginning of the onset of fire suppression, what became increasingly important, increasingly effective. So there have been a lot of history, and this history clearly affected our possibility to extract and analyze natural signals in the fire activity. So we are kind of in a very bad position in this sense compared to people in the West, that is Boreal North American, specifically Canada and parts of US, and people in the East, which is in this case Russia and specifically Siberian forests, where you have fire activity in its natural form still there. And when we talk about the fire activity in this type of comparison or comparative statements, it's a kind of important to develop a metric which we can use to really debate all this. And a very useful metric in this case would be fire cycle. The fire cycle is an amount of area, well, no, it's amount of years actually, sorry. It's amount of years which you need to burn the area which equals your study area. It's a bit confusing, so let me just repeat it. It's amount of years which you need to burn the area under a certain amount of hectares or square kilometers burned each year to burn the area which equals your study area. So this is a spatial metric of the fire activity, which is extremely instrumental in actually understanding where we are in terms of the impact of fire on the landscape or on a society. So now back to Sweden, what we see overall in Scandinavia or in Northern Europe is a decline in the amount of fire activity over the last few hundred years, 200 years more or less. Again, we have multiple reasons why it may happen. So one reason is that people used fire in the past. Now they're not using fire so much. Fire suppression kicked in. There's also argument that the climate became less fire prone because we have been in the period which was way more fire prone in the past, and now we are in a slightly more wetter period. So this was a pattern which we observed over the beginning until the beginning of 2000, when things start changing to a certain degree. And in Sweden, that was two very large fires, which was 2014 and 2018, where amount of area burned was still nothing compared to the historical standards and compared to standards, for example, in Russia or Canada, but very exceptional comparing to Swedish standards. In 2018, the amount of area burned was approximately 20,000 hectares, with a single fire, solar fire, contributing to approximately 15,000 hectares, which are extremely large areas by Swedish standards. And 2018 has been even more strong, with multiple relatively large fires developing across the country. Is it the beginning of a new trend, or is it just a variability in the extreme values, as the previous speaker just pointed out? Well, we have very difficult time in debating this if we don't have very long records of the fire activity, because our ability to debate the long-term trends really is contingent upon availability of long-term chronologies. So fire history reconstructions using dendrochronological methods do give us this type of chronologies. So this is one of them.
Go, Igor.
5 minutes, right? Or three?
3 minutes.
3, excellent.
Thanks.
This is one of them, and it shows that we're really in the fire-free period, to put it very boldly. This is the reconstruction done in this very area, which burned in 2014, the Sala area in Middle Sweden, where we see that there's this huge fire in 2014, indicated by the dots on the lower graph, and then we had literally nothing in the 1800s, late 1700s, and then we'll have plenty of fires in the past. And of course, if you have long chronologies, if you have sufficient amount of spatially resolved reconstructions, you can really look for the fire cycle dynamic and debate what is the role of climate forcing in this part of the region, in this part of the Boreal zone, or in some other parts of the Boreal zone. So here is a very quick look at this fire cycle statistics. These last two columns, you can see they're all beyond any standards we know from the reconstructions, which tell us that in a climatically driven fire regime, we have approximately 100 to maybe 500 years as a fire cycle, as a regular fire cycle. Here we are all above that, except for the extreme years and for very specific regions which are mostly on the eastern side of the Boreal zone in Europe. Yeah, but of course, we can argue that the modern projections do predict increase in fire hazard. They all suggest that the length of the season, fire season, will increase. There will be increase in the amount of years with extreme values driven by both temperature and precipitation. But one thing to realize is that the temperature is something which we quite agree upon. It will increase, though precipitation is apparently way more tricky to model, and models show quite different, quite varying trends. And it's very difficult to really understand what happens with the precipitation. And precipitation is very critical because it controls the humidity of the fuels. So for this trouble or this difficulty with precipitation, we have difficulty in understanding what would be the climatological metrics of fire hazard look like. It's not because of the uncertainty with temperature, but because of the uncertainty with precipitation. And I think at this point, I'll probably stop, and eventually I'll have a chance to answer to some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. Yeah, there will be questions. They're coming in the chat. We'll keep them for later, but thanks. This was very, very impressive again, also going out to the field. Thanks for that. So our next speaker is Professor Michelle Mack. She's a recognized leader in plant and ecosystem ecology, and she tries to understand fire regimes in the boreal forests and the Arctic tundra of North America. But she's also looking into other regions of the world, tropical wetlands, savanna ecosystems. I guess we have to focus a bit here today, but you can surely contact her on these other ecosystems too. So her talk will be about increasing wildfire and the carbon balance of boreal forests. And thanks very much, Michelle, for joining us.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Can you hear me? And my screen is shared?
It's all perfect. Thanks.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. And thanks to my co-session presenters who have really set up a good context for thinking about, well, the field work or the field ecology that my lab has been working on. All right. So we know at this point that as climate is warming in the far north, the footprint of fire is growing in the continental regions of the global boreal biome. And in areas where fire has been part of the historic disturbance regime, we are seeing increasing area burned. We're seeing increasing intensity or the energy and materials that are released by fire. And we're seeing an increase in severity or the proportional change in an ecosystem that's caused by fire. And we're also seeing fires turn up in new places. This is a fire on the north slope of Alaska, so cold permafrost ground, Arctic tundra. This is the first fire in this area in 3,000 years. So fires in new places. Here's a map of the historic fire perimeters in boreal and Arctic North America. And we know that the area burned is increasing over time at a rate of about 0.36 million hectares per year. And this exceeds the rate of burning in the first half of the century. And in interior Alaska, where I do a lot of my work, we know from paleo-ecological studies that millennial fire histories are exceeding the rate of burning, well, through most of the Holocene. So recent burning is extreme and it's relatively unprecedented. So today I'm talking a little bit about work that my lab group has been doing in the far north. And I'm going to focus on two regions. One is the Northwest Territories, where we've looked at megafires, and then the interior of Alaska. And these are all part of this northern permafrosted boreal biome, discontinuous permafrost and dominance by black spruce, a very enigmatic conifer species. All right, so in the case of warming triggered disturbances like wildfire, we have the potential for feedbacks between the biosphere and the atmosphere, and that's really what this session is about. So feedbacks that can regulate Earth system processes. So we're seeing increasing temperature that is leading to this cascade of effects that people have outlined very well in this session. Now, you know that fire instantaneously is transferring carbon from ecosystems to the atmosphere. So we have this carbon cycling feedback that emerges, but we know that as well as instantaneous transfer of carbon during fire, there's also long-term changes that occur in vegetation and decomposition processes that could lead to changes in ecosystem carbon balance. So understanding both that short-term punctuated change in ecosystems and then understanding the long-term consequences that unfold between disturbance events is really important for ultimately determining whether these carbon cycling feedbacks are accelerating, positive, whether boreal forests are becoming a carbon source. And this is sort of the story that we hear about in my field, which is focusing on soil organic matter dynamics. Or maybe that boreal forests could be shifting in other ways, in other ecological factors, such as tree growth and stand structure, that might lead to, well, mitigation or a negative feedback to climate. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about boreal black spruce forests. These are characteristic of the northwestern boreal region of North America. Discontinuous permafrost, cold soils, relatively low productivity. The historic fire regime is low severity in these relatively moist, cold soils. And fires that burn tend to be stand replacing, so all the individual trees are killed. And on average, these fires return about 100 years, and that range varies from 70 to maybe 150 throughout this northern boreal region in North America. Now, a characteristic of these forests is this thick organic soil layer that covers the ground, and it emerges over the decades after fire from interactions between plants, soils, and microbes. Now, plant productivity outstrips microbial decomposition, and so carbon stacks up on the forest floor of this ecosystem, and we call that the soil organic layer. Now, it's this soil organic layer, the mosses and the surface fuels that actually carry fire in these ecosystems. And it's this soil organic layer that contributes the most to combustion emissions of carbon. Okay, it's not these little sad, spindly black spruce trees in the background. So understanding carbon cycling feedbacks to fire in this ecosystem type is really dependent upon understanding combustion of below ground materials and their contribution to both immediate effects of combustion release to the atmosphere of carbon, but then the reaccumulation of the soil organic layer over time. Here's a picture of adventitious roots on the black spruce tree. These are little roots that poke out of the black spruce stem. They follow the soil organic layer as it accumulates over post-fire succession. And then this is a burned tree, and you can see that we can go back into a stand and we can use the depth of the adventitious roots over the burned soil layer to reconstruct the depth of burning in these sites. So we use this type of reconstruction to understand the depth of burning, and then through extrapolation, we combine this with knowledge about carbon and nutrient concentration to understand how much material, carbon or nitrogen or phosphorus, has been released during the fire. All right, and so we use this kind of information to understand landscape patterns of carbon emissions, to relate it to drainage or slope, or in this case, the proportion of the forest that's dominated by black spruce. And then we've combined this with satellite remote sensing to extrapolate carbon emissions to the landscape scale. And this is relatively unique because most measurements of fire severity, like the differential normalized burn index, really focus on above ground carbon loss. But you've seen that above ground carbon loss from trees is not the driver of emissions in the system. It's really that depth of burning or the severity with which understory or soil fuels burn. Okay, so we take information like this and we've used it to extrapolate to whole fire seasons. So this is an example from a paper where we looked at fire emissions from the 2014 mega fires in the Northwest Territory. So we can actually get what we think are relatively more accurate estimates of emissions by including this burning of organic soils. But it's not just the amount that's released that's important. It's the age that's also important and how that age relates to history, to the legacy of the past. So we've also been looking at legacy carbon. And this is carbon that is older than the stand age. So carbon that has come from past fire intervals. So historically, we think that these forests have stacked up carbon because every fire interval, some of that soil organic layer carbon escapes burning. So we are able to use radiocarbon dating to age the carbon in these soils. And then we also age the stands using dendrochronology. And then we can determine if soil organic carbon is older than the stand age, then it is a legacy of past ecosystems. And our assumption here is that if a fire is burning into this deep old carbon store, then it's releasing past carbon sequestration, and that ecosystem is becoming a carbon source during that current fire interval. So we looked at this in the 2014 megafires in the Northwest Territories, and we asked, okay, when fires do burn more deeply, are they combusting this old carbon? So this carbon that is unlikely to be replaced because it's sequestered from past disturbance cycles. And what we found was that mature forest stands, well, the legacy carbon there was protected by probably the moisture status, the water table, the deep soil. So it was relatively resistant to burning, but legacy carbon was combusted in stands that burned young. So at stands that burned less than 70 years, we found that they released a substantial amount of this legacy carbon. So as area burned increases and there's a shift in the age at which stands burn, then we could see a release of this old carbon to the atmosphere. All right, well, let's think about now longer time scales. Once the punctuated disturbance of fire has occurred, what happens to areas that have burned more severely when we think about forest regeneration and recovery of the carbon cycle? So here's one of my collaborators, Jill Johnston, who's looking at seedlings, and this is in Alaska, where we've been following megafires since 2004. And so we started out by estimating combustion, looking at the depth of burning, looking at the mass of carbon and nitrogen released during fire. And then we've been following seedlings for almost 20 years now to look at patterns of forest regeneration. And what we found in the first 14 years after fire is that areas that burn most severely, so areas where that organic layer was consumed and mineral soil was exposed, that there was a shift in dominance by tree species, a shift in dominance that we think is going to persist into the future based on what we understand about long-term forest dynamics. So severe burning led to the establishment of an alternative successional trajectory where deciduous trees like aspen and birch dominated, and where spruce trees were relatively low in abundance and outcompeted. So we're shifting from slow growing spruce trees that lead to this relatively slow yet important accumulation of soil organic matter to these relatively fast growing hardwood trees. So then we were curious to know if we connect what we understand about these initial regeneration dynamics with longer term carbon cycling and with the carbon balance, the net ecosystem carbon balance over the fire cycle, what would happen? Would we see a net loss because we've lost that deep soil organic layer in these sites that transition to deciduous dominance? So what we did to connect seedling dynamics with long-term successional trajectories is what we think of as a chronosequence approach. So we linked the dynamics of those 2004 fires to a large-scale chronosequence study where we used space as a substitute for time so that we could understand how these forests would age and accumulate carbon over the next 100 years.
Michelle, 3 more minutes.
Okay. And so, and here are the results from that chronosequence study, and you can see carbon accumulation over time after fire. And what we found is that even though those sites or stands that transition to deciduous dominance lost more carbon during fire, they accumulated carbon much more rapidly over time. And most of that carbon that was accumulated in above ground biomass rather than in soil organic matter. And what we think is going on here is that that net increment due to the stand transition, which is substantially large for at least carbon cycling in our ecosystem, is that net increment and transfer of nitrogen to above ground materials was catalyzed through plant soil microbial feedbacks that transfer nitrogen from organic soils and from mineral soils into plant biomass, and then plant functional traits that reinforce that relatively high productivity in deciduous stands. And this figure shows that we can see that after 100 years, the ecosystem's C to N ratio, so that's all the carbon and nitrogen in the surface of the ecosystem, has moved from being relatively low and dominated by the C to N ratio of soil organic matter to being relatively high and dominated by the C to N ratio of wood. So this is a picture by our illustrator that just shows that transition graphically, more carbon stored and more carbon stored above ground. All right, so to put this back into the context of feedbacks, we know that this increasing fire severity and deeper burning and loss of legacy carbon is reducing materials accumulated in the soil organic layer. But in this case, at least, this reduction in materials led to a structural change in the ecosystem that catalyzed the establishment of faster growing trees. And this catalyst at 100 years leads to what we think of as a mitigating or a negative feedback to climate change. And in addition to this carbon cycling feedback, one of the things we're really interested in now is understanding how deciduous trees and the increasing abundance of deciduous trees on the landscape actually affects fire. They're less flammable than black spruce. They don't accumulate those forest floor fuels that carry fire as rapidly. So we think that reduced fire in stands could lead to reduced fire on the landscape. So a second stabilizing negative feedback mitigated through plant functional traits and their effects on the fire regime. And then finally, we know that deciduous trees tend to have higher albedo, particularly in the spring when the snowy ground is exposed, and that this too can have a regional cooling effect on the atmosphere. So a series or a suite of mitigating feedbacks. But for the purposes of this talk, I just want to highlight that many of these feedbacks, well, are unknown, how strong they are and how they play out at the landscape scale. And they also create vulnerabilities. So to end my talk, I just want to point out the sources of resilience that I've shown you. And the first thing is that mature stands in these black spruce forests tended to resist the loss of legacy carbon due to the structure of that soil organic layer. I also showed you that deciduous forests that become more abundant after deep burning, these forests could actually reduce local and landscape flammability. So this is creating system level resilience in the feedbacks between the ecosystem and the atmosphere. And then there's also that increase in landscape albedo. But at the same time, this shift in burning and shift in species composition can also drive new vulnerabilities. And this really fits into some of the things Anna was talking about with the modeling. The first, we know that as the fire return interval shortens, stands that burn young, they lost legacy carbon due to the structural changes in the soil organic layer. We also know that throughout much of this region, deep burning could destabilize permafrost carbon in areas where there is deep stores of permafrost carbon. So one of the things we've been talking about in interior Alaska is when we think about managing fire and mitigating the impact of fire in the landscape, maybe we should be focusing on some of the carbon-rich Yedema or Pleistocene age permafrost deposits that have the potential to destabilize a lot of carbon should they burn. And then the third thing to think about is, compared to black spruce, these deciduous tree species tend to be more susceptible to pests and pathogens, and they may or may not be more susceptible to drought level dieback. So increasing the susceptibility to pests and pathogens, I think, is a really important aspect of the forest shifts as we look towards the future forests in this boreal region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was an excellent talk. Thanks. We've got plenty of questions that come in. Let me try pick a few at least that are really covering the whole breadth. So maybe start with this. Could we rank fire, drought, and insect in terms of carbon content lost through these mechanisms, but also not just carbon, but possibly area or percentages? So maybe Anna Truckman, but I know the others can comment on this too.
Yeah, and Anna Bastos talked a little bit about this. I think in a lot of cases, I think of these as interacting disturbances. So, you know, trees can become water stressed. That really fundamentally determines, in some cases, how flammable the system is. And they can become more vulnerable to pests as a result. And so in a lot of cases, the ultimate cause of tree mortality may not be exactly known. Certainly in some of these really large stand replacing wildfires, you might see an entire landscape burned, and drought or insect mortality might be more patchy, but I think of these as interacting disturbances.
Do you want to add, Anna? Or are you just nodding? No, the other.
No, I mean, I agree 100% with what Anna said. I guess there's also this temporal dimension, right? So these disturbances can also interact in a lag with lags. And then how do you actually separate the impact of one versus the other? It's really tricky, I guess, when it's not like a clear stand replacing disturbance, that then it's very easy to detect and quantify.
Excellent, thanks. Anna Bastos, for your question here, more on the climate side. What is your opinion on the extent of the possible negative feedback on fire by the, oh, sorry, no, that one we had. No, there was one about wetlands. In how far, don't find
how
it,
wetland
how far
restoration
exactly could mitigate the climate?
So I think the wetland restoration for sure can mitigate the impacts of these kind of events, particularly like hot, dry extremes, because of the change in the land surface energy budget. But regarding this part of the dynamic component of how the extremes form and how they are triggered, I don't think, or there might be a contribution of the land surface characteristics, but this is probably a second or third order effect. But in terms of resistance, resilience to these events, for sure, this has an impact.
Thank you. So Michelle, but also the others, what can we do to build resilience to disturbances under climate change? Can we try and manage really for more biodiversity, for wetlands, as was just touched upon, or other management options? So I guess this is going into both adaptation and mitigation aspects.
Well, it's from the perspective of Alaska and Northwest Territories in Canada, you know, most of these fires are burning in wildlands, and they're really, we don't have purchase on fire control. So fire mitigation or risk mitigation really just happens around the built environment, around either villages or cities or cultural areas. And so there's been this discussion in Alaska now about, could we manage fire to mitigate carbon emissions, particularly to protect permafrost, cold permafrost that stores a lot of carbon. And I think that's a really interesting question from the perspective of mitigating feedbacks to climate. Every time we talk about this in the Alaskan community, though, the fire managers say, oh my goodness, there's just no way we could do this given resource constraints. So I think it's a really interesting thing to think about. Could we So the minute that fire burns off the insulating organic layer from cold permafrost soils, those soils equilibrate with the atmospheric temperature and they begin to degrade. Could we focus on areas where we could actually stop some permafrost degradation, or is that just not feasible given current constraints on fire management? So that's a discussion that's been going on in Alaska and parts of northern Canada.
But we've had bad experience with fire suppression and so on in conservation areas, for example, right, in the past. So this may also be hindering our willingness to really actively manage in the future. Or do you think times have just changed now under this enormous pressure from climate change?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And yeah, I'm not sure.
Future will tell us.
Can I comment on the question? Yeah,
always.
Very quickly. Well, this is quite true, which I just mentioned, that there's a threshold in our capacity to actually manage anything, even in relatively populated and developed areas, simply because of the conditions of fire spread, the fire intensity, flame intensity, and the speed at which fire can propagate in a very dry landscape is simply very, very strong and literally is not contingent with our capacity, modern capacity to do anything. And even in the places where people live, and especially if you talk about places where people do not live, there's hardly anything we can do. And this is actually recognized in some countries. And for example, in Canada, there is a system where all forests are divided into 3 groups. And in group, I don't recall whether it's 1 or 3, but there's one group where there's no active fire suppression is even undertaken, just because people believe it doesn't make any sense, economical sense, or like any sense. It's just natural process which is observed, and it's only in the group, again, 1 or 3, when fire occurs in the immediate proximity of some infrastructure, human infrastructure, then people get in and try to suppress it actively. So there's a lot of trade-off in that, and mitigation. It's not only just kind of a vision of doing something with this, long-term processes, but it's also a question of putting people at risk. And this is a very big point when you talk to people actually in charge of fire suppression. And there's very sensitive, very important trade-off here, to what degree you can really put people on the front line, expecting them to do something with a fire flame, though it's maybe not so meaningful and simply dangerous.
Excellent. Thanks for adding that. Another question right to you, Igor. Someone from the audience commented that the low incidence of fire in today's forests is an aspect of the intensive forest management in Fennoscandia, and this has intensified over time. And by comparison, in Canada and Russia, forestry is less intensive, and also the burned areas is bigger there. Could you comment on that? And also to the other speakers, there's been a question on how the continents compare and what we can infer from North America to Russia.
Yeah, this is completely true. We have fire activity which is largely natural in larger parts of Boreal Canada and in larger parts of Russia, and I think I would say in the whole of Siberia it's pretty natural. And even in on the eastern fringes of European Russia is pretty natural. The fire cycle is within like 300 to 600 years, which is just perfectly fine by any reconstruction. So yes, and the reason for that is simply because there's lack of infrastructure. The initial attack time, that is time which you need to get that's the time from the initiation of the fire and the time people can actually start suppressing this fire, is prohibitively long. So for this time, fire can develop into something which is simply too dangerous to suppress. In Scandinavia, I always give this example, I think it's very pedagogical. If you throw a point like at random in the forest somewhere in Sweden, for example, so there's, I think, around 99% probability that this point will be within 1 kilometer from the nearest road. So there's a very high road density, which makes the initial attack time very, very short, which is very good for the fire suppression. And of course, the fuel management and the legacy of forest use, when you have been removing fuels and making things more fragmented, it also contributes to the decline to the difficulty for the natural fire to spread across the landscape. So in this sense, Canadian and also parts of Alaska, probably the whole Alaska and Russian forests are very similar, but they still feature more or less naturally. So,
okay, so there seems to be a big difference between continents in terms of the management. And how is that about the natural dynamics? So Michelle, you've spoken a lot about North America too. Is that the same situation then in the rest of the boreal world, or are processes different? Also a similar question then to Anna on the more climate feedbacks and Anna Truckman on the other disturbances.
Right, I just will say a little bit about, so we're working in large forests, Chersky and Yakutia, and those forests are structurally very similar to black spruce forests in boreal North America. Structurally, as far as the understory species composition, the composition of the cryptophyte moss community, and the rate of aggregation of that soil organic layer after fire. And so, at least in northern, eastern Siberia, where Larix dominates, we see very similar dynamics and amounts of carbon released by fire. Fires tend to be less stand replacing, so there are more live trees and that make it through fire, and then occasionally we see stands that have heterogeneous stand age structure, which we really don't see very often in Alaska and in Western Canada. But the burning is very similar, the patterns of emissions, the depth of burning, and then the effect of exposure of mineral soil on seedling recruitment dynamics is similar as well. We see high density Larix recruitment when mineral soil is exposed, and that leads to these post-fire ecosystems that are structurally in some ways very similar to deciduous forests in North America, and it has to do with these plant soil microbial feedbacks that are mediated by bryophytes, by mosses. So big ecological similarities in the Russian Far East. But then I think that it's quite different as you go west, which others might be able to speak to.
Okay, I've just been told we need to wrap up to make sure we at least have this 10-minute break. I'm sorry about that because I think we could go on for ages. I thank you very much again, all four of you, for these excellent presentations, for the excellent input. Erik, I hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Julia, for leading this. And I think we could spend a whole webinar just listening to these fantastic four speakers and others on future disturbances and forest fires. It's a very interesting and relevant topic. So now we will have a quick break, 10-minute break before we go into the last session, which will be more the quantification and the understanding of limits to what we can do with natural climate solutions. And I'll ask all participants, panelists, to turn off your microphones and your cameras during this break. And then I will see you back at 15:30 Central European time. And so see you back at 3:30. Thanks. Welcome back. It's time for the fourth session in the webinar on boreal forests and climate change. And in this session, we'll be touching more upon what natural climate solutions can do in boreal forests, how, what quantifications, what it can provide, and under what conditions, and what limitations we have. To lead with this session, we have Dr. Benjamin Poulter, who is a research scientist at the Earth Science Division at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, and he's also an adjunct professor. This is a long title, sorry. Adjunct associate research professor at the University of Maryland. And he applies remote sensing and global vegetation modeling to do his studies. Dr. Poulter has served as lead of several international research projects, and is a contributing author to both the 5th and 6th assessment report of the IPCC. So Dr. Poulter, I leave the floor to you to introduce the speakers and lead this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Erik. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we do. Perfect.
Okay, great. So yeah, so I'm very pleased to to moderate this session on what can natural climate solutions in boreal forests provide and under what conditions. I apologize for the background noise. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Sorry, Benjamin, you have your camera off.
Yes, I'm on a low bandwidth connection, unfortunately. So our first speaker will be Dr. Werner Kurtz from Natural Resources Canada, talking about what can boreal forests contribute to net zero emission pathways. And let's start with Werner's presentation now. I apologize for the background noise.
Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you are. Thanks to the organizers for organizing this event and for inviting me to it. I would like to speak on the question of can boreal forests contribute to net zero emission pathways, and I really appreciate the previous presentations, which really have helped set the stage. What I want to do today is speak about the context of natural climate solutions, speak briefly about the recent carbon balance of the Canadian forest sector, speak about two quick case studies in certified managed forests and forests in national parks, and then leave you with some conclusions. The IPCC's special report on climate change and land and the special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees have clearly demonstrated that it is necessary to decarbonize our economies in all sectors in order to keep global warming to below 1.5 or 2 degrees. More importantly, what these reports have identified is the need for net negative emissions later this century. And what I mean by that is that the CO2 removals from the atmosphere must be greater than the emissions from anthropogenic activities. This requires large and sustained land sector carbon sinks, but the forests are increasingly at risk and affected by climate change, and there are other considerations that the IPCC special report on climate change and land has highlighted. So nature-based solutions are therefore being talked about as the one mechanism by which we can achieve net negative emissions. It is already clear from multiple studies that there will have limited contributions relative to those of reducing fossil fuel emissions. However, net negative emissions are still required to offset emissions from sectors that are difficult to decarbonize, in particular the agricultural sector and the aviation sectors. Globally, the largest opportunities are the avoidance of deforestation, the reduction of land use changes and conversion of forests to non-forest ecosystems, the restoration and rehabilitation of forests and other ecosystems, and the improvement of land and forest management. But the situation is different in boreal forests. First, avoiding deforestation is providing us with very limited opportunities because the boreal forest area is stable or in fact increasing around the world. Restoration and rehabilitation of forests also provides limited opportunities because there are in the boreal limited areas with land degradation, and some areas do exist where regeneration problems following natural disturbances could be addressed through rehabilitation and restoration of forest cover. So the biggest opportunities, therefore, are improving forest management. But there is a big debate about how to approach this. There are large differences among boreal countries, as we heard, with regard to the disturbance regimes and the management intensity that is already practiced. But the real big difference is, and the debate is whether we should be focusing on sinks, in other words, manage forests to enhance their ability to remove carbon from the atmosphere, or whether we should focus on stocks, and that is use forests to store the carbon on the land. The next speaker, Ronnie Drewer, will speak about a natural climate solution study that we have also been participating in for Canada. So I'll not talk about those results, but what I will provide some of the context and the issues that we're facing. So let me start by describing the carbon balance in Canada's managed forest. That's about an area of 226 million hectares. And here you see in the light blue line, the carbon balance where negative values are sinks and positive values are sources from 1990 to 2019, so a 30-year period. we've broken this light blue line into two components, the anthropogenic component. So these are lands that are predominantly affected by anthropogenic activities and mild insect disturbance causing less than 20% mortality, and natural disturbance-driven lands, that's in the black line. And you can see two trends, and I will focus on these separately in the next two slides. So the anthropogenic component is comprised of the forest carbon sink and the emissions associated with harvest and use of harvested wood products. And what you can see is that the sink has been diminishing, that it is driven by increases in harvest rates between 1990 and about 2005, and then harvest rates have been diminishing slightly. And we see a second trend driven by increases in the area of insects causing mild mortalities. A very different story emerges when we look at the trend in carbon balance due to natural disturbances. And what we see here is a big increase in emissions. We see huge interannual variability, up to 250 million tons of CO2 interannual variability, always driven by these very large fire events. We also have trends due to insects, as the first speaker after lunch talked about, Anna Trupman, the mountain pine beetle impacts in British Columbia. So our forests are already affected by climate change. The question then is, what are the right strategies? Should we be managing forests more intensively, or should we be setting them aside as carbon stores? And so we've had the opportunity to do two studies in recent years, one with the Sustainable Forestry Initiative and the Forest Products Association of Canada and our colleagues in the Saskatchewan Research Council. Using detailed models and time series, we analyzed 22 million hectares of forests over a 26-year period. We had 5 study regions: Vancouver Island, in coastal British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and areas in New Brunswick. These are all SFI certified managed forests. We only looked at the green areas, together just over 22 million hectares. We used a spatially explicit new model, a generic carbon budget model that has been built on the science of our carbon budget model of the Canadian forest sector. It's using a spatially explicit modeling framework, 1 hectare resolution, and we use spatially explicit layers of forest management, wildfires, and other disturbances. But in this particular study, we didn't track carbon in wood products, but I'll come back to that in a second. So what we drive these models with are very detailed data on forest inventories, where disturbances occur and when. And on the right-hand side, you see an image of the sort of small sample landscape out of the 22 million hectares, where you can see the spatial heterogeneity in carbon sources and sinks, annual changes in these over time. So when we want to understand the carbon balance of a forest and the impacts on the atmosphere, we need to understand how much carbon dioxide is exchanged between the atmosphere and the forest. We need to understand the transfer of carbon from forests to harvested wood products, and then the use of the carbon in the forest economy and the release back into the atmosphere. So if you had a giant flux tower over our forests, you would observe this green arrow, which is the uptake of carbon dioxide, or the net exchange of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases between the atmosphere and the forests. But this arrow also includes the amount of carbon that was removed by the forest and is then laterally transferred to harvested wood products. So looking at the 22 million hectare case study, that area contained about 6 billion tons of carbon. And as you can see above here, we need to zoom into the lower graph. The lower line shows us the ecosystem carbon stocks, and you can see there's a very small increase, about 32 million tons of carbon stock increase over that period. And the wedge above it is all the carbon that was removed from the atmosphere, but was laterally transferred to the forest product sector, about 145 million tons of carbon. And so what we learned from this study is that the big contribution of these managed forests was not the increase in carbon in the land, but the transfer of carbon to the forest product sector, which was almost 4 times as much carbon than was additionally stored in the ecosystems. And It's also important to understand using, and we just use national averages here, since 1999, by 2015, about 2/3 of that carbon will have been released back into the atmosphere due to the use of short-lived products like paper and bioenergy. It will have replaced products that were harvested prior to 1990, so that's still stored in the ecosystem, in the harvested wood products, about 12% of that, and another 21% are net increases in harvested wood products. And this is with some very conservative assumptions that any carbon sent to landfills is instantly oxidized. What we don't account for here is the displacement of other emissions intensive products through the use of harvested wood products such as steel, concrete, plastics, etc. So now let's switch gears and look at a second study where we analyzed the forests in 31 national parks. It's about 6 million hectares of area. We did this work with our colleagues in Parks Canada, in particular Tara Sharma, who led this work. And we again used the carbon budget, the generic carbon budget model at 30-meter resolution this time. These are all old parks established between 1885 and 2015. Almost 90% of the area is more than 90 years old. And because of the way these parks are distributed across North Canada, the carbon balance is dominated by large parks in Western Canada. So what we observed in these 31 national parks that were free of harvesting and anthropogenic disturbances can be broken down in 3 phases. In the 1990s, these parks were all carbon sinks. In the 2000s, they were about carbon neutral. We gained carbon in some years and we lost it in others. But since 2010, virtually all of the carbon that was gained was released. And in fact, in units of greenhouse gas CO2 equivalents, these parks transitioned from a sink to a source and have been cumulatively a small net source. So the reason for that is a diminishing forest sink due to saturation of carbon uptake with increasing ages, but more importantly, the increased emissions from wildfires and insects, as our previous speakers have already highlighted as being a concern. So when it then comes to the debate—
3 minutes, Werner.
Thank you very much. When it comes to the debate between management versus conservation, what we observed is that in these managed forests, we had a cumulative net greenhouse gas sink. And if we extended the time series, which we still need to do, I expect that sink to be somewhat smaller because of the additional fires that occurred in the last 5 years. But what we saw is an increase in carbon stocks plus a large cumulative transfer to harvested wood products where some of that carbon is still accumulating and contributed substitution benefits. In the conserved areas, over that 31-year period, we saw a small cumulative net greenhouse gas source driven by increasing fires and insects. We saw saturating sinks with the exception of recently established parks with young forests, and we had no transfer to harvest wood products and no substitution benefits. So just a few more words on the sort of relative importance of these wildfire emissions. The fires in British Columbia in 2017 and 18 alone were each over 1 million hectares, 1.2 and 1.3 million hectares burned, emitting about 200 million tons or 3 times the emissions from all other sectors combined. So what that means is that from a climate change mitigation perspective, we really need to also think about climate change solutions that address wildfire emission reductions and increasing the forest resilience to fire, and the role that a forest-based bioeconomy can place is very important here. This is subject of an ongoing research project with the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions and our colleagues in the US Forest Service and several universities. So let me conclude then. We understand that enhanced land sector sinks are essential for achieving net zero pathways around the world. However, in boreal forests, neither avoided deforestation nor restoration of degraded lands offer significant opportunities for mitigation actions, which leaves us with the largest opportunity through enhanced management combined with use of wood products to achieve carbon storage in ecosystems, off ecosystem, and in substitution benefits. But the risks to boreal forest carbon stock increases with climate change, and these need to be assessed in future natural climate solution studies. They are currently not addressed in any of the natural climate solution studies that I'm aware of. And the impacts of climate change and growth enhancement and increased mortality are also remaining uncertain. So my last slide. So active forest management can contribute to climate change mitigation strategies by enhancing and sustaining land sinks, including storage and harvested wood products. Conservation strategies that are aimed at increasing boreal forest carbon stocks can lead to saturating sinks and increasing risks from natural disturbances, as all the previous speakers have highlighted. Forest management affects only a small fraction of the boreal forests each year. Climate change affects all forests every year. And the magnitude of the impact of climate change, in particular extreme fires, can be orders of magnitude greater than what we have achieved through mitigation actions. And that leaves me with the most important conclusions of all, and that is fossil fuel emissions must be reduced rapidly because land sector sinks alone cannot solve the climate problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Werner, for this very interesting presentation. Due to some problems with this internet connection, Ben cannot continue chairing the session. So instead, Anna Bastos, who we've seen in the previous session, she's from the Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry, is taking over to moderate the session. So I hand over to Anna. And I hope you have the background to present the next speaker.
Yes, thank you, and sorry for this shift. So we have now Ronnie Trevor, who is a senior conservation scientist in the Nature United, which is the Nature Conservancy in Canada. And he will be talking about the potential for natural climate solutions in the forests of Canada. Welcome, Ronnie.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well.
Great. Well, hey, from Canada to you all. It's my pleasure to present to you today. My name is Ronnie Drever, and as Anna said, I'm a senior conservation scientist with Nature United, which is the Canadian affiliate of a large conservation organization called the Nature Conservancy. And I'm speaking to you today from my home in Western Quebec in Canada, which is the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And I'll just share my screen. So hopefully you should all see now.
That's good, thank you.
My screen, so yeah, so I'll be presenting to you some findings and other aspects related to a study that were set to publish in early June in Science Advances that's called Natural Climate Solutions for Canada. And so I'm presenting on the 4 specific aspects of this work that really touch on all of Canada's forests, but that have some implications for the boreal in particular. So I should first start by defining our terms, because natural climate solutions and nature-based solutions for climate mitigation all have a wide suite of different meanings for different people. But in the particular case that I'm going to be using these terms here, we mean actions that either avoid emissions or increase the sequestration capacity of our natural systems, and they're related to the protection, the improved management and restoration of forests, but also grasslands, wetlands, and agricultural areas. And so this is said by Werner, and it bears repeating, but these things really are a complement to decarbonization of our economy, and as a primary way of mitigating climate change. Natural climate solutions really, they do have bookends, if you will, to the definition. And so we like to think of this term as having kind of the following criteria, which may be familiar to you if you work in the offset space, because there's quite a lot of similarity in the criteria. So the first one is that they need to be additional. So these would have to be new actions that we're going to take that go beyond business as usual. Natural climate solutions, truly be solutions, need to be or offer near-term quantifiable mitigation, either through avoided emissions or increased sequestration. And in the spirit of not creating new problems while trying to solve all the ones, really we need to make sure that natural climate solutions include social and biodiversity safeguards. And I can get into some of those details, but for instance, our primary one is that we wouldn't seek to rely on afforestation of grassy biomes, for instance, as a natural climate solutions, because that is considerably bad for biodiversity and grassy dependent species. In the work that we've done, we're careful to try and estimate the cost of these mitigation activities. And so we like to consider natural climate solutions being solutions if they're cost effective, in particular as they stack up against other options for mitigation. And as Werner quite well made the point, we really do need to consider permanence in these land-based mitigation activities, as well as leakage, so that again, we're not, so if we sort of do one activity here, we don't want to set up the conditions for negative activities elsewhere. One of the things that differentiates natural climate solutions from other mitigation policies like carbon taxes or fuel standards is that they really do bring along quite a lot of co-benefits, economically, environmentally, and social. And so depending on the natural climate solutions that you're talking about, these things can be things like increased rural employment. In the case of agricultural ones, improved soil health and farm and crop yields. Restoration ones include things like improved air quality, habitat conservation. And often a lot of these practices bring not only benefits for climate mitigation, but also benefits for improved resilience or adaptability of our systems and people and nature to climate change. So we really do think they offer quite an interesting solution space for our climate change crisis. I've mentioned this before, but really these natural climate solutions always have to be in the context of other mitigation aimed squarely at decreasing fossil fuel use. So what do natural climate solutions look like in Canada's forests? So Canada is a big country with lots of different types of forests, and the Boreal is our biggest forest by area, but really, so there's a lot of space to be found for these practices, but we need to consider the full totality of the diversity of our ecosystems in Canada while we're thinking about natural climate solutions. So the work that I'll be talking about shortly really builds on the work of my colleagues at the Nature Conservancy, in particular Bronson Griscom, who in 2017 published was considered, I think, widely kind of a landmark study on these questions that showed that about 37% of cost-effective mitigation that we need by 2030 can be achieved through natural climate solutions. And in a year later, this study was followed up by Joe Fargioni's study on natural climate solutions for the United States. And so that showed that natural climate solutions can achieve about 21% of the United States' current annual net emissions in terms of mitigation potential. So the work I'll be talking about in Canada builds on the approach that was developed for these two studies. And so we spent about 3 years working on this and included Werner and his team at the Pacific Forestry Center. And for each of the 24 different pathways of climate action that we analyzed, we looked at the mitigation potential, the area of opportunity. We tried to characterize the economic cost of implementation. We're very thoughtful about uncertainty and quantifying that, and as well as documenting the associated co-benefits for people and nature. And then we also included several Canada-specific constraints in terms of biodiversity and social safeguards, as well as tackled an important issue that was raised by other folks in the session today about albedo and the albedo deduction that can happen in terms that should be understood when you're trying to characterize nature-based climate mitigation. This is just a short slide of all the 16 organizations that were involved, which includes several of Canada's top universities and a couple of government agencies, as well as some of the researchers from states that were part of the US study. And so the headline that for this work is that the forest-based natural climate solutions that we characterize can deliver about 12 megatons per year of annual mitigation in 2030. And this is, we think, an important potential contribution to Canada's commitment and the Paris Agreement, because a lot of these pathways of action already included in Canada's national inventory reporting and in our projections for future emissions reductions. And we think that this natural climate solutions can play a strong role towards meeting Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050. So in terms of the forest pathways, we analyzed 4 different pathways, of which the first one included 3 different sort of sub-pathways, if you will. So we looked at improved forest management, and the first bin is, we asked the question of what mitigation potential is available if you conserve 10% of the old growth that's slotted for logging in any given year between now and 2030. And then we asked questions about enhanced regeneration. So what if we speed up the rate of growth of trees coming up after forest harvest by 10%? And then the third bin looked at wood utilization. So in Canada, in some jurisdictions, we burn our logging residues after harvest. And so we asked the question of what would happen if instead of doing that burning, you instead move that biomass to nearby facilities and created biofuels that can substitute for electricity production in Canada's jurisdictions that have energy-intensive electricity systems. Then we looked at avoided forest conversion. So as Werner mentioned, this isn't a very large problem in Canada, but we still documented potential for that activity. Then we looked at restoration of forest cover. So this is also called afforestation or reforestation in the international sphere, but this is really the idea of building back the forest that was lost primarily to agricultural practices, but other land uses as well. And then we asked the questions about the expansion of our urban canopy cover, but I won't talk too much about that in this context. In terms of improved forest management, I mentioned the practices that we looked at that already. In essence, the result is that we can get about 7.9 megatons per year in 2030 of annual emissions reductions, of which roughly half are available at less than $50 Canadian a ton. So this is quite cost-effective mitigation. About 50% of that 7.9 megatons, or 4.1 megatons per year, is possible from protection of our old growth systems.
3 minutes.
And then the rest of the mitigation is roughly split between enhanced forest regeneration and the product shifting that I mentioned. Avoided forest conversion. So we estimate the mitigation potential available from avoiding emissions related to conversion of about 20,000 hectares per year for 10 years. And this yielded approximately 4 megatons per year in 2030. And about half of that is again available for less than $50 a ton if you consider the agricultural conversion as the focus. Restoration of forest cover. So again, this is expansion of forests where forests used to be natural forest cover. And so our analysis indicate that there are about 4 million hectares of potential expansion of forests in Canada. And this reflects the potential planting of about 6 billion trees, and based on an 8-year program of planting. And the interesting finding, given the sort of global studies that have looked at the Canadian situation and really the enthusiasm that we see for tree planting in Canada right now through the federal government's commitment for 2 billion trees, is that the potential in 2030 for the mitigation potential is actually quite low, less than 1 megaton per year. But the picture really changes if you consider the 2050 timeframe by which this restoration of forest cover becomes the single biggest opportunity we identified, providing about 25 megatons per year in 2050. And then, so I mentioned other pathways involving trees. And so that we did find actually quite a lot of mitigation potential through these that in the Boreal really pertain to the agricultural areas that are in that Boreal prairie ecotone, where there's a lot of agriculture. And so there's quite a lot of mitigation potential there available from restoration of our riparian zones and low density tree planting as part of silvicultural and tree-based intercropping, as well as protection of our existing shelter belts in these areas. So in short, with improved forest management, avoided conversion, restoration of cover can make important contributions by 2030, but by 2050 is really when most of that contribution is really hitting its stride. The study highlights the importance of implementation of these activities now. And I will mention, given the content of our previous presentations, that really there's other mitigation opportunities related to the forest sector that were not captured in the study, and in particular, building the resilience to wildfire and managing field loads and those kinds of activities. I'll close off by saying that in Canada, it's really, really important that we think of implementation of natural climate solutions as being carried out with the leadership and interpretation of Indigenous people and local communities, and that we capitalize on their Indigenous knowledge and make sure that we use natural climate solutions as an opportunity to build reconciliation and really restore some of the errors and mistakes of our past in relationships with Indigenous people. And I'll just finish off with a quick slide here as a shout out and tip of the hat to our funders for this work. So thank you very much for your attention, and happy to take questions or depending on how the organizers want to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. Very nice talk. We will leave the questions for the end of the panel, as we've done in the previous ones. We have now Christopher Nye, who will talk about how remote sensing can identify forest's carbon regrowth potentials in the context of nature-based solutions. Hello, Christoph.
Hi, Anna, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see my slide?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so as Anna mentioned, today I'll be reviewing the strategies and approaches for estimating above ground biomass and change with remote sensing. Being a scientist at NASA Goddard, I primarily have focused my research attention to using a number of different satellite tools to estimate above ground biomass and change. So in this talk, I'll be providing essentially a literature review. What are the current tools that we're using and our current estimates? What is the baseline estimate, for example, for 2010 for the entire circumboreal? And then where is change occurring? What are the potential sinks? I'll be showing some recent results from using Landsat data dating from 1984 to 2020, showing tree canopy cover, stand age, and forest gain and losses throughout the boreal forest. And then I'll get into a little bit of details about recent and future remote sensing tools. So what's on the near-term horizon? So that's an overview of what I'll be presenting today. And I'll now start with the pros and cons of using the stratify and multiply approach, as well as the direct remote sensing approach. So on the left, the stratify and multiply approach, I'll just briefly mention the pros and cons. We've typically used LiDAR data, LiDAR waveform data, to estimate the above ground biomass of boreal forest using this approach. The pros to this is that it's appropriate where wall-to-wall field data is not available. The cons to this approach is it provides limited spatial details, essentially paint by numbers. The direct remote sensing approach on the right, the pros to this approach is that you can derive high spatial detail and upwards of 100-meter resolution. The cons to this approach is typically with the models that are developed, they overpredict low biomass situations and underpredict high biomass. So I don't have time to discuss all of the other pros and cons, but I just wanted to give you a general idea of the differences in approaches using remote sensing data and the methodologies and the impacts. I also wanted to briefly mention that over the past I think dating actually back to 1991, a colleague of mine, John Ranson, has collaborated with the Sukachev Institute of Forestry, Slava Haruk, and we've conducted a number of field expeditions, primarily flying in on ME-8 helicopters and being dropped off and floating downriver and traveling to ISAT 1 glass pulse centroid locations. And the intent of this was to correlate field data to spaceborne LiDAR data to develop multilinear regression models to estimate above ground biomass. Also on these expeditions, we, primarily the Sukachev Institute of Forestry, collected dendrochronology samples. Here in the lower left, you can see I'm holding a cookie where they indicated where the fire events occurred, and post-fire, you can see that there was a rapid increase in growth. And this is primarily thought to be due to an expansion of the active layer depth and availability of more water and nutrients to the larch. So this is primarily taking place in the larch forest. I just wanted to mention that we need more field measurements to relate to our spaceborne estimates in these remote locations to reduce their uncertainties. So the first study I'd like to mention, I performed and published back in 2013, where we estimated that there was 38 petagrams of carbon throughout the boreal forest using the stratified multiply approach. So we are on the left column using the MODIS land cover data stratified by the available field plots and airborne LiDAR data. Airborne LiDAR data, ALS, is shown in the red transects. And then we are stratifying our equations or models to estimate above ground biomass by this lower plot to the left. And our results are on the right. And you can see, of course, because we have a limited amount of field samples in Siberia, our uncertainties are the highest in that domain. Another study I wanted to mention that came out a year afterward by Martin Thurner, estimated using MVSAT synthetic aperture radar data, estimating growing stock volume with field plots. They estimated that there was 40.7 petagrams of carbon plus or minus 15.7. And this was done at approximately 1 kilometer resolution. This study has recently been updated by Marcio Santoro using ALOS PALSAR data as well as MVSAT ASAR data. They first estimated growing stock volume and then related growing stock volume to above ground biomass, converting it. You can see their full workflow, but the major advancement here is that this has been a global assessment and the resolution has dropped from 1 kilometer to 100 meters. Okay, and another recent study that I wanted to mention uses the Arctic DEM. The Arctic DEM is a stereo-derived product from worldview 1, 2, and 3. It's produced at 2 meter resolution, and Stefano Puliti found that by adding this digital surface model with the Sentinel-2 reflectances, you could reduce the uncertainty and estimates of above ground biomass. The limitations to this approach currently is that the Arctic DEM does have some voids in it, and they're using data that has snow cover as well as within the growing season. So there's some variability in the DSM there, or the digital surface model for retrieving the height of forest canopies. But the takeaway point here is that you can reduce the uncertainty of the modeled above ground biomass estimate by including this very detailed commercial the spaceborne product from worldview stereo. So our current remote sensing estimates of boreal change, where is change occurring, where are the potential sinks. This is an overview of a study that we recently completed, where our goal was to produce a stand history and forest age map throughout the boreal forest, 1984 to 2020. That work is currently under review for publication. And we're combining these data with worldview 1, 2, and 3 stereo imagery. This data is primarily collected within the growing season, so June, July, and August, to estimate height growth over time as site index, forest site index. And the goal here is to understand rates of forest regeneration over a large domain, in this case, throughout the boreal forest. I will be showing recent results for North America. Eurasia is currently underway. And the last component of this is integrating this remote sensing data into the Lund, Potsdam, Jena dynamic global vegetation model. And the point is to incorporate stand age and site index into a process-based model to completely understand the impacts of demography and carbon sequestration. So while we produced the tree canopy cover estimates from Landsat data, we used airborne LiDAR data that was collected throughout Alaska and Western Canada. And by optimizing our tree canopy cover estimates, we were able to increase the correlation to 60%. And here's an example of a output of that. This is in, right here is Fairbanks, Alaska, so interior Alaska. Here's the tree canopy cover product, the forest loss year, the forest gain year, and stand age. So again, we're using the stand age information with estimates of height to estimate rates of forest regeneration throughout the boreal forest. And these data are available to download currently through the TerraPulse interface. And here's an example of these products for the entire circumboreal domain. I will mention that we used the entire Landsat record for the domain. It was over 224,000 Landsat images, and it was processed on the Amazon Web Services. And if you're interested in looking at these products in detail, the link below, terrapulse.com, TerraView, CCS, you can view them. So moving on, we applied growth models, and these are the 15 different growth models applied to these data. We applied them to ISAT 1, ISAT 2, and the stereo products. And the best fit model was selected with the highest R squared and lowest RMSE and some squared error. And here's a map of those results throughout North America. Each point is representative of the estimated height at age 50 using the prior growth models that I showed. The blue points are ISAT 1, the orange points are ISAT 2, and the yellow points are BHR or worldview 1, 2, and 3. We've currently for North America have estimated 1,575 points of growth. And just to give an example of what these growth curves look like for points, here's an example from worldview 1, applying equation number 3, where you can see that at age 50, we're estimating a height of 12 meters and further. Okay, thank you. We have an estimated height of 4 meters from worldview 1. And here's an estimate from ISAT 1 with an estimated height of 50 meters using this growth model. 35 meters at age 50. And in interior Alaska by the Brooks Range, using ICESat-2, approximately 9 meters in height at age 50. We're also combining these data with a random forest model and environmental covariates to estimate rates of forest regeneration in a mapped form at 100-meter resolution. So the goal here is to produce a site index map for North America as well as Eurasia. And all of the small polygons that you see here are the worldview strips that we processed, so the stereo data that we processed on NASA high-end computing cluster that was used as input for the random forest model. So the last point that I wanted to bring up is recent and future remote sensing tools, what's on the near-term horizon. When I first conducted that ICESat-1 analysis to estimate 38 petagrams of carbon throughout the boreal forest, there weren't that many other tools available to us to estimate AGB. Now we have many tools. Here are 15 different options available, many of which came online just within the past 10 years. And I will mention that NISAR, which will be launched in 2022, and Biomass, which will be launched in 2023, will provide much more information than we've ever had in the past for estimating above ground biomass. So the future is looking very bright. In comparison, we've recently had spaceborne LiDAR observations available from ICESat-2 and JEDI. Unfortunately, JEDI does not cover much of the boreal forest, but we have many opportunities to use remote sensing to estimate above ground biomass and change now. So the other point that I wanted to bring up here is that each of these different SAR emissions uses a different portion of the electromagnetic spectrum to estimate biomass, and that has implications with regard to the backscattering. So X-band does not have that much penetration into forest canopies, whereas P-band, which will have from biomass, will have much greater penetration and will operate in a tomosar mode so that we can derive structural parameters from multiple observations. That's what's shown on the right. So just to wrap up, the major takeaway points that I have is that these new synthetic aperture radar missions are looking very promising to provide unprecedented information about forest structure globally. Also, there is an effort underway to produce the EarthDEM, which is a 2-meter resolution digital surface model that will be produced globally, so we could apply the approaches that Stefano did, other portions of the boreal. And combining these data with high-end computing is looking very promising. We're talking about petabyte scale processing of these large data sets. The current research analysis, we have a solid baseline estimate for circa 2010 of above ground biomass for the boreal forest, and existing Landsat stand age and tree canopy cover can be used with modeling to predict change in tree cover and carbon storage. This is the largest known boreal vegetation height and age analysis with LiDAR and SARA imagery that I'm aware of. And these wall-to-wall empirical estimates of site index throughout the boreal forest need to be integrated into next generation carbon models. Fortunately, Ben and Leo have developed a version of LPJ that can account for stand age and demography. So the current needs, we of course always need more up-to-date field plots and remote locations to reduce our uncertainties in our estimates of above ground biomass. And that's it. Thank you for attention. I think my last slide is just references associated to all this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the great talk and beautiful maps. And I'm sorry for not introducing you properly in the beginning, but you did a great job. So I think that's fine. So we have about 10 minutes now for questions. And I would like to start with one question for Werner. You compared managed forests with parks, which were untouched for long times. What if we should do the same exercise in the Swedish forest with its present age distribution?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So the ability of a forested landscape to take up additional carbon is very much a function of the H-class structure. The intensively managed forests of Sweden are on average younger than what you expect if the anthropogenic disturbances would not be occurring. And so if you were to hypothetically stop all logging, and due to the lack of fires at the moment, or relatively few fires at the moment, you would observe a carbon sink, at least a temporary carbon sink, until these forests would, due to increasing age, saturate their ability to take up additional carbon. And of course, while you do that, if you were to turn all Swedish forests into unmanaged, conserved areas, you would have a huge reduction in harvested wood product materials that can feed our society's needs, and would have all sorts of other economic consequences.
Thank you. And then one additional question. Does boreal forest lose its sink capacity with age or not?
Yes, so all forests have a very characteristic relationship between their ability to take up carbon and stand age. Typically what we see after a stand replacing disturbance, whether that is a wildfire or insects or harvesting, is that net primary productivity is small and decomposition losses are high. So we tend to be a source for the first few years. Then as the forests are in actively growing stages, very rapid uptake of carbon, again, depending on the ecosystem type you're in. And all forests with age diminish their ability to take up additional carbon. And in fact, some very old forests, biomass may in fact be decreasing. Carbon can still be accumulating, at least temporarily, in dead organic matter and soil carbon stocks. But many of the old forests are near carbon neutral, releasing carbon in some years and taking it up in others. All of this depends on ecosystem type. So the age dimension on this could be measured in decades to centuries, depending on where in the world you are. Okay,
thank you. One question for Ronnie. Are your calculations of the mitigation potential to 2050 for afforestation, including the increased risks talked about in the previous session, so insects, fire, and so on?
Yes, good question, and thanks for that. No, we didn't explicitly address permanence risk in our estimates of afforestation potential. But we hope to do that in an upcoming study that we're hoping that we're just getting underway, that will focus specifically on restoration of forest cover, that hopes to address that permanence risk. And it includes drought as well, which is the other main one that I don't know if was talked about previously.
Okay, thank you. One question for Chris. How does the range of uncertainty of boreal biomass compare to the magnitude of the estimates for natural climate solutions? For example, when would we detect NSC effectiveness given current observing systems? By 2030 or longer?
That's a pretty complex question. I'll do my best to answer it. I would say that in the maps that I presented, a lot of the uncertainty was associated to the availability of field plots and relating those field plots to airborne LiDAR data, and then airborne LiDAR data to spaceborne LiDAR data. I would say that the maps that I showed that use SAR data had a lot more uncertainty associated to them because they're developing growing stock volume estimates from L-band data. I think biomass being P-band will penetrate further into the canopy, so you'll have better estimates of growing stock volume, which then should reduce the uncertainty. For the stratify and multiply approach using LiDAR data, I think there's actually a few studies underway using ISAT-2 data, which has a lot more coverage than ISAT-1. And I believe that they're integrating in more field plots. But I think into the future, we're still going to have high uncertainty in Siberian large forests, because I'm not aware of any large field campaigns to collect field data to relate to our satellite observations. So that I really think we need to push forward and working with our Russian colleagues to collecting more field data to develop more robust models for estimating above ground biomass. So does that answer the question to some degree?
I think so, thank you. So I think we have time for maybe one last question. I think this is for everyone. Are there analyses on legacy effects on disturbance regimes of previous forest management regimes in Canada? And has previous management reduced the disturbances, or have they exaggerated present risks? So I think.
Well, let me start with Western North America more generally. In the 1920s, after many years of severe fire disturbances, the European mindset of fires are bad was affecting forest management. And huge efforts were undertaken to suppress fires and to try to manage forests that way. I think looking back at it now, we know that that had a number of consequences in terms of increased forest age, increased susceptibility to insects, increased contiguous coniferous forests that are spreading fires more rapidly. And so the fire suppression was effective in the short term, but compounding that with climate change impacts, I think what we see now throughout Western North America is that the amount of carbon stored in the landscape is higher than what it was with a more natural disturbance regime. So we had the benefit of a strong carbon sink for many decades, but we now see that it is increasingly vulnerable to insect and fire disturbances. And I think this relationship between sort of legacy of past management, including fire suppression, and our ability to add additional carbon into these landscapes is what we really need to be mindful of when we design natural climate solutions. And so this risk is really important from my perspective, and I think all the fire speakers emphasize that as well.
Thank you. I don't know if Ronnie wants to add something.
No, that's a good answer. I mean, I will say that in the case of the mountain pine beetle, there was a fire suppression. My understanding is that dynamic. There's a large archer break in the 2000s. That was really a combination of both the fire suppression in these old pine forests, as well as the climate signal that allowed essentially the mortality events that typically happen over the winter with these insects to not happen, and it sort of liberated the population check on these things. So it was a combined effect of sort of both management and climate signal.
Yeah, great, thank you. So I will thank everyone for the great talks and the excellent questions, and pass to Erik to continue with the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna, for jumping in there on very short notice and taking over that session. That's been invaluable to us. We are going towards the end of this first day of the webinar, and we'd like to round off by letting those who started the first session and introduced us to this topic come back in a panel. These are Philip Siai, Julia Pongratz, and Detlef Schultz. So could you please turn on your cameras and have your sound on? I would like to begin by just having you go through what you think are the main takeaways and interesting points of discussion, maybe even surprises to you in 3 or 4 minutes each. Philippe, would you be able to start?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thanks to all the speakers. That was really a very fantastic session this afternoon on the risk and vulnerability, and also on the arrays of possible solutions. After this session, something came to my mind that really we are talking a lot about overshoot climate scenarios where, you know, it's perhaps possible to emit a bit more, to let the climate warm above 2 degrees, which would mean, you know, maybe above 4 degrees in the boreal regions, and then come back to the target. And we realized that there is really a risk with those kind of overshoot pathways that we hit a larger point of vulnerability for the entire boreal forest system. There are, of course, a lot of uncertainties in the viability of biological system, including these big emission spikes, but I think all the presentations showed that the system is highly susceptible to fires in all the parts of the boreal regions almost. And well, I think one of the lessons I took from this session is that overshoot scenarios are probably very, very dangerous because they will cause probably a source of irreversibility, which is not very well studied yet, but it should be a focus of research to understand what are the probably negative consequences of overshoot scenarios in the boreal forest carbon balance. And the second thought is about the solutions. Most of the presentation were focused about mitigation, but probably mitigation would have to be planned together with adaptation. And in fact, a lot of the questions were around both adaptation, avoiding risk of major losses, together with sustaining sinks. So probably it's important to frame the science in this conversation at the local level so that mitigation and adaptation cannot really be separated when we speak about natural-based solutions. Maybe Julia wants to complete.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Philip. And I'll hand over to Julia to continue. Just going through what you think were the main highlights.
Yeah. What Philip said, I can also only support with the adaptation and the mitigation aspect. I think this is something that gets particularly important in the future. Also because there can really be co-benefits between both. So it may be that you can create larger sinks, but at the same time you adapt your system by, for example, as I tried to show, by locally altering temperatures or water conditions or whatever, but also by many other possible pathways. And I think this is also a takeaway for me from this entire breadth and impressive breadth of all the talks. So we have this multifunctionality of forests. So they have to serve so many different purposes. And we were covering them bit by bit today and tomorrow then too. And I think a very strong point is that we need to look for these co-benefits of the different functions of the forest. And this has many advantages in case the climate mitigation aspect fails. And it may well be the case because we've seen all the uncertainties in our understanding, in observations and modeling, but also simply in statistics that we are never sure we capture all the extreme events or when they will occur. So we should really manage not just for the mitigation aspect, but keep everything else in view too. But of course, the mitigation aspect is very important. And there, and a takeaway message for me is that it seems like we have to do everything. We need to conserve the old growth forest. We need to plant. We need to manage wisely. We need this portfolio because otherwise it does not add up. Several talks mentioned how big the challenges are, how big these things need to be that the natural climate solutions are supposed to deliver. And therefore, we really need to work on all small parts. It's probably every method, every type of management, every conservation effort will just deliver a little bit towards the total global negative emissions that we need to achieve. But in the end, it adds up to something, or at least we have to try. And also we need this portfolio of methods because individual methods may fail for the outlined reasons, for lack of understanding or for lack of anticipating extremes, tipping points, or whatever. It also seems to me that there's a big gap still between the natural sciences, the observable fluxes, the political accounting, so across the methods, but there's big progress on that in recent years, and tomorrow will deliver a lot of this insight too. So overall, I'd say it's a highly dynamic situation with no precedents, because this rate of climate change we've never had with this expectation from humans towards what a forest has to deliver. But it's also a situation that just exists, and we have to embrace this change and try to really make the best out of it.
Thank you, Julia, for your wisdom here and really, I think, covering of the breadth of both challenges and different perspectives we need to have when going into this issue. So I'd also like to invite Detlef for your perspectives and takeaways.
You want to have a summary of the whole day, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think what I showed was that we see in the vegetation cover changes which are anthropogenic, and they are mainly caused by fire. And I missed today a clear separation between natural fires and anthropogenic fires. And there seems to be sort of a difference between the American world and the Asian world. For sure, we know from Siberia that more than 90% of the fires are anthropogenic. And one possibility, clear possibility, would be to reduce the anthropogenic fires. Who causes these fires, even in very remote areas? It is mainly tourism, fishing tourism, hunting tourism. People from cities go by a small boat up to small creeks and make an evening fire, cook their steak, which they bring from their cities. Actually, they don't shoot anything but drink a lot and leave a fire. Last weekend was a public holiday in Germany. In my forest, I had 10 fires just for recreation, just for amusement. And these fires are advertised by TV as a possibility of free life, you know. You get the evening advertisement for a beautiful car that you can drive out and make a fire. I think we clearly have to react against those tourism, recreation-based anthropogenic fires, which could solve some of the problems we heard today. I was quite impressed by the remote sensing abilities, but I warn the remote sensing parameters still do not contain heterotrophic respiration, and the heterotrophic respiration is the number which is still most uncertain in all the eddy covariance and flux measurements. Last point, I clearly was shocked by the lecture of Magnus Nielsen about the legal background of what we do in Europe by reducing emissions. And clearly forestry has to react against this. What Magnus Nielsen said is that harvest is immediate emission independent of whether the harvested wood is used for a church or not. And if we have to reduce the emissions, then by 2050, forest management is not anymore possible because any harvest would be an emission. So if we reduce emissions to zero, or if that is a political will, we need a change in the calculation, namely that emissions by combustions are associated at that place where it happens and not at the place where the product is produced. I think the present legal framework, which we seem to public in a few days in Europe, is unreal for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Detlef. You're making me feel a bit bad. I was recently out in the forest, natural old growth forest, and enjoying a nice cook fire. So I'll try not to do that so much in the future. I'll bring my own food. Doesn't need cooking.
But you probably were not drunk, you know.
And I wasn't drunk.
We have corona parties in the private forest lands because the private forest land is off limits by the police. So we have corona parties. You take a barrel of beer into the forest, have 30 people making a big party, enjoying life outside the regulations of corona regulations in Germany. So.
There are clearly many different uses of forests. So I'd like to come back to a question that I think we're touching from different perspectives during the day. Can we actually count on like a continuous strong forest sink and being able to do some climate solutions in the future? You know, as we go towards the period in time where we need to become, you know, to have large negative emissions. I think we've heard in the last session, we heard some positive news about all the potentials that are there. And in the third session, we heard a lot about and also in other sessions, we heard about the risks of disturbances that is not well captured by models now. And also, as you said, Philippe, that there could be risks of the land sink in the future. So how much can we count on natural climate solutions in the future? And I think mainly this is mainly to Philippe and Julia. Maybe Philippe, you want to start?
Yeah, I think it's a very complex question because the array of natural climate solution is very big. Some of them have been explored already. They are kind of classical. Others are more new. And I think when we think about natural climate solution, we really have to look at their potential, but not looking back in the rearview mirror, also to see how those solutions will be effective or stable in the face of probably a higher risk of climate-induced disturbances. The second point is that it was very well highlighted by the presentation of Anders Ahlström, is that before replacing something by something else, you need to know what is the trend of the system that you are going to substitute by what you call natural-based solutions or natural climate solution. And in the case of old-growth forest, the presentation of Anders was, I think, very nice because if those forests are flat, we may lose stock, but if there are sinks, of course, we will lose stocks and perhaps a higher sink than if we replace them by different systems. So that's I think, it's a very complex question, of course, and it has not been studied. And the problem also is that most of the models we use now for the future climate projections do not include the details and the complexity and the interactions between climate and those different type of solutions.
Julia, do you want to weigh in on this question?
I'd like to add, yeah, one half aspect. So I think what the different studies, although they cover different regions, different scales, overall, there seemed to be a general agreement that we had a robust sink in the past. So of course, the vegetation and the soil carbon response also differs and so on. But there has been a lot of carbon removed by the boreal forest as climate started to change, nitrogen deposition, CO2 and so on started to act. And now it's in the last years really, or last few decades, that it becomes shaky, this sink capacity, and that we don't quite understand also the interlinkages of the natural and the anthropogenic drivers. And I think we need more national studies like the one presented by Anders Ahlström to scale up to the global scale. And we have a lot of good estimates from the global scale. And this, I think, needs to be made sure now that we really gather all this high-level detailed data that exists on national level. Some countries certainly have better data than others, but really aggregate that together. So I'd say we can't count on this sink. We can't count on having big natural climate solutions ready from the boreal forest. There's obvious natural climate solutions like stopping tropical deforestation that's currently going on, where we clearly know this will have a big effect. But I think for the boreal, with all these uncertainties in the future, it's not clear. And this is as a bit of a problem also when you think of how socioeconomic scenarios work. So, first, there's an interplay of Earth system models and socioeconomic models, and the Earth system models are not very good in capturing the extremes, capturing compound events, capturing multiple disturbances after another. And then the integrated assessment models are not able to capture the full breadth of natural climate solutions that we have. So there's a big focus on forests also for that simple reason that the socioeconomic models usually just know that of two types of natural climate solutions, which is forests and bioenergy plantations with carbon capture and storage. And it has really only been in the last few years that there's a push towards integrating other types of natural climate solutions into these socioeconomic Earth system coupled assessments. And so if we went into that, if we went into ocean alkalinization, ocean fertilization, coastal carbon, blue carbon, biochar, enhanced weathering, and so on, it would be good to know that how the boreal forests, how the forests in general, how forest management compares to these other natural climate solutions. But in any case, because we can't count on this specific one, it's clear that the prime goal has to be to not make us rely on natural climate solutions being relevant on the large scale by reducing, obviously, fossil emissions and land use emissions.
That's good. And I see some scope for future webinars here. One thing where I felt there was some uncertainty was the role of old growth and natural unmanaged forests in the climate system. With Werner, for instance, talking about kind of a sort of carbon neutrality, while others were indicating like a buildup of legacy carbon in the ground, which I assume maybe a pretty slow process, and also what Anders presented, which seemed to indicate an increase in carbon and increase in the uptake over time. So I was wondering if one of you could maybe clarify that to us, like what do we know about the role of old growth and natural unmanaged forest in climate? Perhaps Detlef?
I think the original paper came from Loisert, who wrote a review about the sink capacity of old growth. And at that publication, which was published in Nature, the main objective was to see if old forests are still a sink or not, or if they are a source. And I think the outcome was old growth forests still capture carbon, but you should be also aware that the magnitude at which old growth forests capture carbon is about 1/10 of the rate of young forest. So there was also today the discussion whether the forest stocks have decreased and whether we have a carbon depth by management. But what happens with management is it keeps the forest at a stage where the magnitude of the sink is much larger than in old growth forest. I think the question whether we have a small amount of carbon captured or not is not really relevant. The question is we could do much more if we keep the forest at a stage where the sink capacity is large and transport the wood into a compartment where it may live longer, such as a building, than in the old growth forest.
Thank you, Matt. And anyone else want to weigh in on this? Otherwise, I think one of the things that I would like to discuss more is are the uncertainties here. So you did mention that there are big uncertainties around the boreal forest. So could you say anything about where you think the uncertainties are the biggest? Is it in our understanding of kind of the soil fluxes, in the different kind of feedback and disturbances effects? So where do you think that the uncertainties about the future, like where is it? What's the biggest source of uncertainty? And is it something we can mitigate with future research?
I'd say it's the feedbacks that we don't quite understand. Michelle made a nice point. She highlighted several feedbacks that exist in this region particularly. But the overall sign of how these feedbacks act out, so there's negative feedbacks and positive feedbacks that dampen or that may exacerbate an initial signal in the system. How strong they will be, how strong they are, will be in the future if they interact. If one of them leads us to a runaway effect or reaching a regional tipping point, this is not clear for most of these feedbacks. And I would guess that in particular in respect of these interactions with the disturbances, we even don't know all of these feedbacks yet. So I'd say this is one of the biggest challenges. And the other is really the integration of the observational data with the models to be able to also do more near real-term monitoring, which we need for better process understanding.
Thank you. Philip, do you want to weigh in on that one as well? Or do you share Julia's view?
Yeah, I share the view of Julia that we are entering into perhaps a climate space that never existed before, for which we have no observation. So it's very difficult to analyze the impact and the compound events in this context. Like you have fire, but you can have additional mortality, consecutive to a fire or to a drought. And clearly there is still a very big uncertainty for estimation of the mortality, in particular the mortality in response to relatively small disturbance events. And I hope here that using very high resolution satellite data like Planet, for instance, there is a possibility to look one day in the future at almost tree-level individual mortality. And that would be very important for relatively low intensity disturbances that still cause mortality and also lagged effects. And the talk from Michelle and their paper in Science are completely fantastic. It's really a new view at the recovery rates. But on the other hand, the fires that happen now will probably have a very different recovery rate than what we have observed or that we can measure representing the last 100 years or so. So there is also a big uncertainty, not only in the kind of immediate risk of losses, but also on the future recovery rate that will be probably different from the observations we have looking at the past.
Thank you. So what Julia mentioned in your takeaways, like we need to look at the full meaning of these forests, not just through the lens of climate, but through many other lenses. And I think one of these lenses is looking at how do we preserve the wealth, the natural wealth of forests, preserving biodiversity and the cultural landscapes, etc. What does that mean for our use of forests, both as as a source of income and material and forestry, and also as potential carbon sink if we want to preserve the national wealth? I mean, through there are agreements like the Aichi targets and the new upcoming Kunming targets. What does that mean for the forests? Maybe Werner is best. Detlef is best placed to answer this.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, we have to more clearly define the array of which services do you think are important. And I think for each of those services, I'm thinking about production, recreation, biodiversity, groundwater capture. I mean, it will be a future debate whether we should have forest or grassland in order to provide city water. So I think for the services which the forest supplies are so diverse that there is not a common solution. That's what I fear. We tend to discuss this in a way that the forest is there and provides all these services for everyone at all scales. But I fear that in a short time, each of the citizens who requires a different type of service will tell you this is my forest, you know. So the debate becomes very difficult unless I think we first have to separate what is required for each service. We have a summit book on the top of a mountain where we people record how beautiful is the view and etc. And everything is beautiful. But there was an interesting entry. The forest belongs to the public. One person did write into this book, you know, this is the intention of the people. They want to have their forests. They don't want to have state forests. They don't want to have commune forests. They want to have their forest. So the interaction with services gets very clear into a direction of public opinions.
So thanks. And I think this is a very important viewpoints from your side, and I think, you know, maybe like many other things, that we need that diversity in society and how we manage, how we own, etc., in order to have resilience to the future. Do you want to add anything to this, Julia?
I agree with Detlef. That is a great challenge to make room for all these multiple interests. It's a very complex situation. But I think we still have to tackle that, exactly this. I think the next step that's needed is to have a comprehensive, multi-dimensional evaluation metrics for all these different natural climate solutions, and also the other types of mitigation or symptom easing that we discuss in terms of climate change and global change in general, not just climate change. And there's under the IPCC and related publications, there have been some trials towards designing these multidimensional metrics, where you go from natural sciences, from physical and ecological aspects to economic ones, to normative and ethical considerations, so that you can really capture the overall benefit of measures and also the feasibility of what hinders them to be implemented. And this will be a huge challenge and will take us 10 years, but I think it's exactly what we need. It's an integration across disciplines, therefore, as well.
That's one of the reasons why Future Earth exists, integrating disciplines. And I think we've done some of that today, I hope.
Can I add something? Sorry.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, Detlef.
Thank you here for your comment. I think that is really a challenge for the future. But one important thing, even for the carbon part, is that the IPCC guidelines think in boundaries of energy sector and forest sectors and make their decisions within sectors. I think we have to take down the sectorial thinking. I mean, it is just impossible that the burning bioenergy does not cause emissions, but cutting a tree is an immediate emission. And this type of regulation only is a result of having that sectorial thinking in the IPCC guidelines. And before we go into all these socio-economic problems, my wish would be to rewrite the IPCC guidelines with our sectorial commitments. Presently, we heard today, the substitution of products doesn't make sense because the product is an immediate emission. So the IPCC guidelines, which regulate also much of our legal frameworks, lead to completely unreal is the wrong word, but to wrong legal frameworks, I can only say. So my wish would be that we put a lot of effort to redesign the IPCC guidelines.
Thanks. Okay, that will be the last word today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're running up towards the end of the session, of this webinar of this day. So I'd like to thank you, Philippe Ciai, Julia Pongratz, and Detlef Schultz for being part of this excellent ending panel and for providing your insights. This has been a great day, and tomorrow will be another exciting and packed day of science that's more focused on kind of forest products and bioenergy, which has already been touched on today, ecological constraints and kind of substitution effects. You have to note that tomorrow the program will start at 9 a.m. Central European time, so you don't miss that. That's half an hour earlier than today. I'd like to thank those who have been part of this today. Thank you for the Royal Swedish Academy of Science for hosting us. I'm sitting here at the Royal Academy building in Stockholm. Thanks to Naomi Lubik, who's sitting here next to me. She's waving, but you can't see her, and giving me instructions and tips. Please note that you who are panelists and others, please use the same Zoom link tomorrow to enter the webinar. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you tomorrow well rested.
Thank you very much for this nice day.